Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Hey, Chromie homie, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for joining. All right, just gonna get everything settled here. Okay, make sure I got everything situated. Okay. Okay, so today's topic, what we're gonna be talking about here is how to generate free traffic online. So there's a lot of different ways that we can talk about traffic, especially like being free. So we're gonna break it down into a couple different some questions here, and we're also going to take obviously anytime you guys have any questions, please feel free to drop them down in the comments and or in the live chat, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. So totally informal. Okay, so we're gonna break it down, and you know what? I got something new here today. Got a little coffee here. Okay, that's good. It's decaf. I know, it doesn't count. Best channel on the internet. That's right. Here we go. All right, we're starting early, right? I promise there's nothing in here. It's just decaf. So, okay. Oh, what flavor? Yeah, so it is, so I started out, this is a good kind of intro, right? So, I started out by, this is actually Sam's Club. Sam's Club decaf. I think it's like medium roast, like a Colombian kind of medium roast, which it's really nice, really smooth. So I started out by drinking like Target has this really good decaf coffee, and then I went over to Trader Joe's and they have really good decaf coffee and like the K cups. And then I was like, well, it's more cost effective to get it in the big pack, from Sam's or Costco, that kind of thing. So yeah, that's just kind of how I got it. And caffeine kind of hurts my stomach, so I can't really do that. But that's right, Chrisossi. I should have put that in there. Not sponsored. Sam's Club, Costco, just love them. So, yeah, yeah, definitely. It's like one of those things where it's like, all right, anytime you talk about something, is like, are they getting paid to say that? Nope, I don't get paid from anybody, anywhere, anytime. So, it's all good. Everything I say and do is like free, for my own, So, there you go, Sam's. Are you listening? Are you out there? I don't know, Sam Walton. Anyways, so yeah, so we're going to talk about free traffic online. So I'm just going to look at some of my notes over here. So basically, when we're talking about generating free traffic online, usually it involves like leveraging various strategies to attract different visitors or different audiences to a platform, whatever platform you choose, without paying for ads. So, oh, right. That's right. I forgot. Sorry. Sorry, Sam. Um, so yeah, we're gonna cover that. So we'll cover that. We'll cover a lot of the things that I like to do here. If you've been around the channel for a little bit, is I mean, there's nothing wrong with paid ads at all in any way, shape, or form. But what I found when I first got started or when I was getting started, I definitely found that it was I didn't want to spend more money if I had to. Hey Qmo, thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate it. Thank you for being here. I didn't want to spend more money than I kind of had to, and that's kind of what that alludes to as far as like um, if you're doing paid ads, that kind of thing, then you got to spend a little bit extra money. And if you don't know what you're doing, I know paid ads is it's kind of a craft. I mean, you really have to kind of figure out what you're doing and the right strategy and stuff. You can't just kind of run ads like through darts at a dartboard, that kind of thing, and hope it sticks. I guess you could, but if you really want to make some sort of a decent, you know, return, you're gonna have to kind of know what you're doing. Anyway, so that's kind of why we go with the free stuff. So okay, for starters, we're gonna talk about. Let me move this over here real quick so I can see my notes. Okay, that's good. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna talk about the first strategy is optimizing for SEO, which is also known as search engine optimization. So what does that mean? So we're going to kind of dive in. And so if you want to improve your website or your social media's SEO, um, basically what you can do is, to start out, you want to think about keywords. So when we think about keywords, it can be short tail, it could be long tail, like the full, not necessarily like a sentence, but, kind of like a couple of baby keywords like strung together would be like a short tail kind of, or excuse me, a long tail keyword. Um, so, excuse me, there's also meta tags, which are basically just like tags on like a blog or a website. And you can go through, excuse me, and you can put tags in there. You can hard code them in there, or you can add them. If you're on a blog, you can add them to your individual blog post. The equivalent of a meta tag, kind of how I view it in social media, would be like hashtags, basically. So it's a way to tell the social media or your blog website, as far as like, okay, what is this about? Like, what are the topics or what are the keywords that this site or this website or this social media is about? So yeah. So when we talk about hard coding, basically what that means is if you go to like your hosting provider, wherever your website is, it doesn't matter like who you use, but wherever you go, usually they kind of have like a back end kind of dashboard that you can go in, you can scroll down and you can edit the settings and customize your website. And that would kind of be where you would actually enter where you could hard code the meta tags. So that's something that I think it's more of like a little bit less of a beginner step, but more, it's not very difficult. I think, if you wanted to Google it, you could Google whatever your hosting platform was. You could Google how to actually go in there and edit your meta tags or add them. Um, so that was a good point. And then finally, okay. So would you hard code an individual post or for the whole site? So you can actually do both. For this example, we're actually kind of more talking about individual posts, like an actual, separated for the blog post itself. You can have a set of meta tags that you have just for your site. So kind of like some main keywords that you want to go through and say, okay, these are the descriptors for my site, and these are the ones I'm going to use. This is an automotive blog, that kind of thing. So I want automotive. I want people that are gearheads. You get some of the keywords that kind of surround the they're kind of surrounded with some of the automotive community or the automotive world, and you kind of plug those in. So yeah, and you could actually do, so if you want to do an individual post and you add like a category or like a subtopic, or like a tag on a blog post, you could tag it that way. So if you had different categories on your website, that could also be used as like kind of thought of as like a meta tag for like the metadata. So, and the last part of that is you want to focus on and off page SEO techniques. So what does that mean? So on page, yep. So that's a good one, Chromiomi. So what's the difference between a meta tag and a keyword? So a meta tag is something very small. It doesn't, it's like usually it's like one or two words, but it's very small. It's a very descriptor. So it'd be something like, almost think of it kind of like a category like automotive or auto or, maybe like vehicle or, something that describes, what the high level is. Um, the high level kind of topic is, but a keyword is more along the lines of having something that's spread out a little bit more. So, for example, a keyword could be, how to change the oil, excuse me, how to change the oil in your car. That could be a keyword. Another keyword for automotive could be something like, um, how do I find the best deal on buying a car? It's a little bit longer, so it's almost like, think of it as kind of like a mini sentence kind of thing. I mean, it's not going to be full sentence, but so meta tag is definitely a tag, as in a very small kind of one or two words max, and the keyword definitely has multiple words. So you kind of look at it that way as far as kind of deciphering the difference between the two. Yep, yep. So the keyword is more specific, kind of like a general sentence. Yep, that kind of thing. And meta tag is specific. And meta tag is definitely always going to be shorter. So in terms of only having, maybe literally like one word, like when I had, or I still have a blog, but like going through and adding the tags on there, it would only be one word. Yep, just like a very, very basic descriptor word. So for example, if you were going to take a good way to think about metadata or meta tags is on a website if you have different categories. So a tag could be outdoors. If you wanted to kind of structure all of your blog articles for one kind of topic, so the metadata or the meta tag would be outdoors, and you would just label that for every outdoor article, or like automotive or like cooking or something like that. So yep, it would just be one quick thing. So. Oh, those are great. Those are great, great questions. Let me pull up this thing here. Okay. Okay. So the second point that we're going to talk about as far as like driving traffic is creating quality content. And I know that it's kind of like, I don't know. I feel like sometimes it might be, it's definitely like pertains to like an individual situation. Like when you go to think about quality content, that could mean something slightly different to different people. But I think as a whole, in a nutshell, here are some basic tips that when we're talking about creating quality content. So number one is publish content regularly. So what that means is maybe once a day, every 2 days. Yep, absolutely. I can imagine that. It is. It's very daunting because you're trying to get into that flow to where, okay, what is you know, what is regularly published, maybe like being consistent, that kind of thing. What does that mean? I really do think it means something different to everybody, which isn't a bad thing at all. But at the same time, I think you kind of have to get into your own cadence, your own flow for what that means for you individually. Um, so Kumo, are we kind of talking about maybe like a blog website or like social media for you personally or both? Just want to kind of get an understanding of kind of where you're at, just so I can see how I can help. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, definitely. It is. And the hard part is like, especially with both, with a blog and a website, I think it definitely takes a certain set of skills, a certain skill set like in itself, right? And then I think social media, updating social media and going through and making sure that you're posting regularly for say like maybe a Facebook or like an Instagram, updating that or like even like YouTube or Pinterest, they all kind of are a little bit different. So I think it's important to kind of find the balance of if you have a blog or a website, like you're talking about, it would be, all right, how many articles can you actually publish maybe per day or per week and kind of find a rhythm for yourself. And it's really like solely about what you can do without feeling like you're getting burned out. Cause I know I was trying to, put the pedal to the metal too fast when I first started, like, it was like almost 2 years ago and just going through, I wanted to just do the blog, post a blog article and then update social media. And then I wanted to go through and I had like almost like a assembly line, like, okay, blog and then Pinterest and then Facebook and then, Instagram. And I had all these kind of, I guess, kind of templates or different posts that I wanted to push out. And thankfully, I've found some tools. Like there's one in Canva that you can actually publish. You can pre-publish or like schedule your content to be pushed, which is super super helpful. But kind of stumbling upon those tools, that kind of thing, I think is a huge huge help. And it really you got to get in that groove first of what you're doing, what your niche is, and I know we can get down a rabbit hole pretty quickly, but so that's kind of the thought of like publishing regular content. Um, man, this coffee is actually not that bad. I mean, I think it tastes better because I'm drinking it out of a 101 Dalmatians cup. Oh man, yeah, that's good. So okay, sorry. Let's get back to the task here. So Okay, so regularly publish content. That's number one. So the second point, under the create quality content. Yep, absolutely. It does. It totally does help if you have a community that keeps you motivated. And that's something I think that is extremely underrated. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's definitely underrated, and I think that's something that I think people take it for granted as far as like having people they have the same mindset, they want the same support, and they have the same like-minded goals in terms of being successful and how to succeed and really to kind of break it down and keep pushing forward no matter what. So the second point is when you're creating quality content, it has to be engaging. So what does that mean? So what do you guys think out there? Like if you had to kind of have a descriptor for engaging content, like is there any words that kind of come to your mind that you're like, yeah, that's engaging? I'm just curious, kind of like where your guys is kind of like, kind of heads at or whatever for like engaging content. Like, kind of what does that mean? What does that mean for you guys? I'm just curious. Yep. If you learn something new, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. So I think it could be different. For me, engaging definitely means something to where when you create something, you have a certain feel about it. Um, yep. You feel like you're not wasting your time and you're actually sharing something relevant. Absolutely. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's you get that feel when it feels different. It just feels different. Whatever that content is, it doesn't matter if it's like a blog article, or like a product review article, that kind of thing, um, some kind of self-help, some kind of tutorial. When you're creating some kind of content, even if it's just like a simple picture or like some sort of like quote, excuse me, I think if you are able to elicit some sort of emotion and you're able to pull like draw out somebody's emotion and draw out their like excitement, and you can make somebody feel a certain way, um, that's engaging. If they want to come back and they want to read more, if they don't get bored and they don't just click right off because you know because they're like there's oh, this is crap, this doesn't pertain to me, it doesn't even make any sense, that kind of thing. um, Also, you have to have like the person's personality, especially YouTube. Yeah, that's so true. I mean, because I think there's something to be said about being able to connect with somebody. Um, Literally sitting here like right now, like talking into this camera lens right here, it's not easy. I mean, it's something to where you have to definitely like gain experience doing it. And I think the more you do it, and not just talking on YouTube, but also, creating a blog article and making people feel something, feel some kind of emotion, feel some sort of you know, definitely feel something that allows them to connect with you, and it has to be somewhat entertaining and keep your attention. Yep. Yeah, entertaining is a big thing because I think when people talk about like, or when they think about like entertaining, that kind of thing, I think they really think about, oh, it has to be funny, it has to be a joke, it has to be, kind of like an actor, actress kind of thing. But I mean, to be honest, that's not, in my opinion, that's not how it is. I mean, entertaining really means that you hold somebody's attention. And like you said, Kumo, you hold somebody's attention and they're able to learn something or you're able to teach something at the same time and they can relate to you. I mean, they feel like you're reaching right through the camera and they're like, dude, you're talking right to me. Like, we're on the same wavelength. Like, this is awesome. That kind of thing. So, yeah, definitely. I don't want to feel like they're wasting my time. Yep. And it has to be entertaining, but not fake or over the top either. Yeah, I totally agree. I really, I think nowadays people in general can see through um, being fake and just I don't know. I mean, you go to something and you're like, you kind of get a good sense. You get your spidey sense. That's gonna be clickbait. I'm gonna only get like little pieces of information. I'm not gonna get the actual full thing, and that's kind of crappy. I mean, just going there and kind of getting that intuition, that sense. So. In terms of creating quality content, how do you come up with content ideas and research? So, what I like to do is we'll kind of go backwards. So we'll talk about the blog first, and then we'll talk about YouTube and social media. So for the blog, what I do is once I have an idea of what my niche is, I like to go and I actually like to search on Google and find competitors. So basically, once you have a topic, once you have a niche, then you can go and you can search by finding maybe like, ask Google, give me the top five. Let's just say it's an outdoors blog because that's what I had. That's what I had, or I have. So let's just say, give me the top five outdoors blogs that deal with whatever, camping or hiking or whatever. Um, sure. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I definitely show you guys. Um, so let me flip this around. Hold on one sec. Let me see. I might have to flip it over to another stand because I think this stand that I'm on right now might be a little bit too tall. So let me see if I can flip it around real quick here. So yeah, I know it's very helpful to see like in real time. Okay, I might be able to do this here. Let me just pull it up real quick and then let me see if we can get it going. Okay, I might be able to. I'm gonna flip it around, and then if it looks really crappy, what I'll do is I'll kind of flip flop it around. So, okay, hold on one sec. I'll flip the camera around so you guys can see. And if it's not in the right spot, okay, yeah, that doesn't look like it's in the right spot. Well, that was a fail. Okay, hold on one sec. Let me flip this around real quick. Let me use a different one. Hold on one sec. It's gonna get a little okay, a little choppy for a second. Okay. Yeah, come on. Okay, let me flip this around here so you guys can see. There we go. Come on. There we go. Okay. Yep. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here. Sorry about all that little staticky noise, whatever going on. We got 33 people in here. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Let me flip this down. Okay. Okay, so I think I might actually have this zoomed in. Let me zoom out a little bit. Okay. I might have this zoomed in more. Okay. Sorry, this is a little bit, I'm trying to do this the best I can. And it's live, so it's all good, right? So, okay, so this is my blog. This is called lovenaturereviews.com. And yep, so what we can do is, let me pull this up. So let's bring it like this, and then let's open a new tab here. Okay, so I'm gonna go to Google. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna type in top 5 outdoors blogs for 2024. And it would just be something like as simple as that. So then what it's gonna do is it's gonna actually pull up blogs right here at the very top. So it's gonna give you about 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. That's about 15 different blogs that you guys can see right here. But what I like to do is actually scroll down a little bit and let's see. So that's the best 100, that's the best 50, 80. Here we go. Let's do this. So I also kind of look at like how many searches they have a month. So as you can see, this search right here is 633. This one has 32,000 and this one is 53 million. So let's go for this one. This one is where was it? I lost it. Oh, top 5 outdoor living. Okay, so that's trends. So let's just do this one. So we'll click on this one. So, okay. So top 20 outdoor blogs. So we're going to move this over. And let me know guys if it seems like it's blurry. I'm going to try to make it as smooth as I possibly can, but I apologize if it's blurry. Okay, so we're going to scroll down and this is a good example of, this may not be the end all to be all as far as like the blogs, but this would be a good example of trying to figure out who your competition might be. Okay, perfect. So this would be like who your competition might be. And this is really like there's no, rhyme or reason. It's just kind of like we just want to see when we're talking about competition, we want to just see like who else out there and what these people are doing. So what we can really do is go down and you can select whatever. So we'll just open a couple. So under Uncover Colorado, let's do that one. Rocky's Family Adventures, open that one. And then let's do Pure Outside. Okay, so we're gonna go for these. Yeah. Okay. And that didn't work. That didn't work. That didn't work. Nice. Okay, well, maybe this wasn't the best. This one, let's try another one. Let's try Fiona Outdoors. Let's see if that works. Click that. Not found. All right, I'm not sure what is wrong with. Let's go to a different list. I'm not sure what's up with this list. So let's do this one. How about this? Okay, 50 best outdoor blogs for 2024. Okay, here we go. Now let's take a look. So they actually give us an idea of what the blogs are. So basically what this particular website does is it's going to rank everything. It's going to rank it from 1 down to 50, and then it's going to give you how many mentions that it actually has. So as you can see over here, this is just their particular way to categorize. So rank 1, and it's got 777 mentions, that kind of thing. So basically the first one up top here is the biggest website or the biggest blog for outdoors. So we're going to click on that one. So let's click on this one. So Outside Online. And it looks like, I don't know if this is a magazine. I'm not sure what this is. But anyway, this is a great example of, yeah, I don't know. It looked like it might be a magazine. So, okay, let's hit later. So as you can see, what you're going to want to do as far as like finding competition, you want to go through and you can actually see a couple things like how their blog is laid out. That would be number one. Kind of like what their header banner looks like, their logo. Then you want to scroll down and see like the general idea of how the website is actually laid out. That way you can just kind of give ideas as far as, maybe what kind of layout that you actually want to do. And remember everything, the number one kind of rule of thumb is obviously you should never steal content, never steal ideas directly. I mean, there's nothing wrong with getting inspiration and kind of going from getting like a layout inspiration, motivation, like how they have their articles listed like that. There's nothing wrong with that. So that's definitely something that you want to try to focus on as far as like figuring out how you want to set it up. So, I mean, this is just one example, right? So we can go back over here and then let's do, how about something like this one, Outdoor Life. So we'll do this. This is another one. I actually think this is a magazine too. I'm not sure. These are probably like blog and magazines at the same time. So this one has a little bit different. You can see that they have some images, like featured images on the main. And then as you scroll down, they kind of separate their articles into different little frames that are separated by category. So that's kind of maybe their featured articles, and they have ones about guns right here, and they have some different articles. And then you go down, and this is an example of what the meta tags would be: hunting, fishing, guns, conservation. Um, and they're basically just like the example of their tags, right? So it's the same thing, like the categories. So sorry, Chromium, I just saw your question. So can you realistically have a successful blog in 2024 if your competition is a large magazine corporation? Definitely. Yeah, I'm gonna flip this around real quick so I can talk to you guys. Yeah, definitely. So for sure, if you have you can absolutely for sure have a successful, sorry, I don't know how this thing's, you can definitely have a successful blog for sure. If your competition is like a bunch of different, main magazines or like online publications, because you got to remember, just what you're gonna be doing is like carving out your little space, your little kind of slice. So really, wherever you can get in, you can make something better. You can bring a different or unique approach to whatever you're doing as far as like your niche and your topic. That's the best thing that you can possibly do, is make it your own and make it unique for you individually. So that would really be, that's a way that you can go through and you could find an example of actually having competition, and that way you can actually kind of get an idea of how do you want it to actually look and that kind of thing. Like you want it to be your look and you want it to be the feel, and you want there we go. And you want everything to be set as far as customizing for however you like it. So sorry, this is a little bit more clear when we're kind of talking. So yeah, sure. Hey Clash D, no problem. Okay, so on which platform are you making blog posts and how much are you making right now? Yeah, that's a good question. So what I use personally, so the Love Nature Reviews, that blog right there, it's hosted on Ghost. So ghost.org is the hosting platform. Um, and so I'm paying, I think it's like $300 a month for the creator plan. That's the host and to do everything as far as like the website. I mean, I've never had any problems, like phenomenal speed and just no complaints at all. Um, So, and how much you asked, how much are you making right now? So, for the blog, I haven't really posted anything since last June, but I'm still pulling in because I have affiliate links on the blog itself for different. It's a lot of different like product review stuff. Um, so all the products I get are on Amazon. So I'm probably pulling in like I would say maybe between 25, $50 a month for not doing anything. I mean, I'm not it's not a lot, but I haven't posted an article on there since on the blog since like June, I think, of last year, June or July of 2023. And the reason is because I shifted my focus over to YouTube full time because I don't know, I just didn't really like creating blogs and writing articles and that kind of thing. It really kind of wasn't it wasn't what I was interested in anymore, and I wasn't having fun doing it. So I did it. I did that for about a year, give or take, and then I decided I wanted to just dive into YouTube. Um, but no, those are great questions. Yeah, do you have a blog right now, Clash D? Do you are you like just trying to figure out like how to get started or yeah, yeah, absolutely. You're welcome. Yeah, yep, exactly. You're right. It's still passive income for sure. Yep. Absolutely. And I think that kind of goes back into, when we're talking about as far as, not getting burned out and being able to actually have something where you're going to stick to it. I think that's the biggest thing is like, being able to stick to something and actually taking it seriously and not feeling like you're going to burn out, which I think is very easy to do. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, we kind of figure out the things that we like and what we don't like, you know. So, and what I mean like and don't like, as far as maybe that could be directly corresponding with, maybe what we're good at and what we're not good at, or what we realize that we don't like to do. So I think it's important to kind of find what it is. Are you a blogger, like a blogger, a website, like a writer? Like, do you love that? Did you do that like in your younger years or whatever, or as a career and you just love it? Then that's probably the way you want to go. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Kimo. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you guys so much. We got 30 people in here. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for stopping by. I really appreciate it. So you want to create your own as well. So I want to know what to do or what not to do. Yeah. So I'll let you know. Do you have any specific questions? So I can tell you some of the things that I wish that I knew about blogging. So we'll kind of put a pause real quick on this organic traffic, and we'll talk about the blogging stuff real quick. So um, definitely the thing that I wish that I knew was SEO as far as like blogs for blog articles. Um, that was definitely something that I didn't understand. I didn't know to the extent that I needed to learn as far as SEO because the gist of a blog and an article is you're trying to get it to rank right on Google. That's basically like the biggest search engine in the land. So you want it doesn't there's others like Bing and Yahoo and stuff, but Google is like the king, right? Google is definitely the king. So you want to make sure that it ranks on Google, and that is not what I learned was that is not something that's easy in terms of just ranking like overnight. And that was the biggest headache for me. And I was like, oh, this sucks. It was so difficult because it wasn't like you could rank an article like immediately overnight. Like it would take literally like no joke for me, months, months and months for me to see some kind of ranking. And then you're always constantly like fighting with Google to see, okay, did it get de-indexed? Is it indexed? Or can people search for it? That kind of thing. Um, oh, that's perfect. So your niche is health. That's awesome. Do you have Clash D? Do you have, in terms of like, I know you have your niche, which is health, which is awesome. Do you kind of have an idea of kind of how you want to do the layout? Or do you have like a preferred host like in mind, or are you kind of just, shopping around to see kind of what might fit, that kind of thing? Like, I guess what I'm asking is, are you loyal to any platform as far as that goes? But health is a great choice, Clash D. That's a great niche. That's an evergreen niche, and that's never going to go away. So that was a great choice to choose that, because you're never going to have any problems. I mean, problems. What I mean is that's always going to be in demand. So yeah, you're never going to have any issues with people like ever not searching for that. So anything health related. I don't know so much about blogging. Okay. Yeah, no problem at all. No worries. Yeah. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I was just kind of asking just to kind of, get some information, see how it could kind of help guide you. Um, yeah, there's like, to be completely honest, I mean, if you want to kind of, search on the channel, we have a lot of articles, excuse me, not articles, a lot of videos. A lot of videos on blogging, how to design a blog, how to design a logo, that kind of thing. Kind of some basic stuff that you're trying to you're gonna have to know as you kind of go in. So yeah, I mean, I'm never selling anything, so all the information, the tutorials and everything is totally free. So really the only thing I ever ask, for the support is for somebody to subscribe and hit the like button. And to be honest, like that's the best gift that somebody as a content creator could get. So okay, like hosting and other things I'm not so clear on. Okay. I mean, I don't really think that there's not such a thing as like a bad hosting platform. I mean, I say that kind of subjectively, meaning really it's gonna be up to you. So you're gonna have to look at like what's your budget, what are you willing to spend? Because every hosting platform is gonna be a little bit different, not only with pricing but with features and that kind of thing. So I think you kind of first have to decide what do you want to do. Like if you want to just do like a basic plain Jane blog, I mean you can search and you can find out as far as, okay, a big thing for me was like performance speed. So I didn't want like this kind of like, AOL or like GeoCities or Angel Fire. I don't know if anybody out there remember any of those from the 90s. I don't want this like super like old like antiquated software where you're just lagging and everything is spinning and you're basically just, going into like, cyberspace, like the ether. I wanted something that was like quick, and I wanted the back end, meaning like the servers and that kind of thing, for the hosting platform to be quick. So, thank you, Sweetums. I appreciate it. So what I used personally was Ghost, and there's no sales pitch. I mean, it's what I used. And I was mentioning earlier, I paid, I think it's like $300 a year for the creator plan. I like it because it's simple. It's very easy to follow. Somebody who at the time had not ever set up a blog before, it was very simple for me to go through and set it up and um, just all the videos on the channel here, they're all based on Ghost as a hosting platform. That doesn't mean that you have to use Ghost. It's just more of like it's kind of a guideline kind of thing, so you can actually like follow it if you happen to be on Ghost. But a lot of these like Wix and Squarespace and Hostinger and all of those, they all definitely are kind of like around the same thing, like Squarespace. I think I said that, but um, they're the back end. They're all kind of the same. So they all kind of basically look the same for the most part. They're all basic drag and drop. So I really don't think you can go wrong with whoever you choose. It's really just like number one would probably be reliability and budget, because you don't want to break the bank when you're talking about spending money hosting your site. So Yep, Squarespace. I've definitely heard good things about Squarespace too, for sure, Chemo. Yep. And I think so. The two big things. What do you guys think? Like, do you agree? So, anybody out there that has a blog or has been in the blog space, I would say the two biggest factors for somebody new to consider would be price, and maybe like review or like reputation. You know, one and two, however you do it. So that would be my kind of take. So it would be either what the budget is or what your budget is versus reputation in terms of, you know, are they reliable? How long have they been around? You know, how many websites or blogs are they hosting? You know, that type of thing. So there's a lot to it and it's just a lot of information that can be overwhelming. But, you know, the cool part about it is, oh, thank you so much, Clash T. I appreciate it. Thank you for subscribing. It really means a lot. Thank you. Um, Yeah, Kusasi, definitely. Price, ease of use, and templates for sure. Yep, I totally agree. Especially being like brand new and somebody who doesn't really know what they're doing, the templates is a huge thing for sure because you want to have like some sort of like drag and drop and have that functionality and that be able to actually utilize that um, those features. You know, I think that definitely makes it a lot easier and is enticing to a lot of people. I think another thing for me would be how accessible is the information in terms of like, does a company or the brand themselves, like the hosting platform, do they have tutorials? Do they have like video how-to videos that you can follow and you can go through and you can actually, learn direct from them? I think that's a good indicator immediately if, they're going to have good customer service, if they have everything set up as far as like a learning kind of portal platform, that kind of thing. Sure. Yeah. That's a great question, Sedum. Or sorry, not a question. That's a great point. Yeah, definitely. So what I can do is let me flip the screen back around. I'm gonna move it to the other what is this? Little tripod. I'm like blanking on the name. Yeah, I'll move it to the other tripod and then I'll flip it around and then we can take a look. We'll take a look at a couple of different things. Let me see how I can make it as clear as possible for you guys. Okay, so tripod, thank you. Yeah, it's got to be this coffee. What the heck is in this decaf coffee, man? I don't know. I don't know, but it's really good, man. I got cold pretty fast, actually. Okay, let me flip this thing around here real quick. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna move it over to the smaller one real quick, and then we should be good to go. Okay. So sorry about here's a little behind the scenes if you guys are curious. So I actually have these lights over here, and this is just like a backdrop. So that's a cool thing about being live. You just kind of work with what you got, make it the best you can, right? Okay. Okay. There we go. So let's try to make this as easy as possible. Okay, I'm gonna flip this around. Yeah, yeah, seriously, it's decap, but it's yeah, yeah. I just read that last part. Romeo. Yeah, right. Okay, I'm gonna flip this around. Actually, I want to figure out how do I do. I know there's a way to do a poll on this thing. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There may be some, so thing about that, So, okay, I'm gonna flip this around. Okay, so you guys can see that, all right? Anybody, is there can you guys do like is there like a thumbs up or something that you can do just for like confirmation, like on the emojis in the chat? I know there's a red heart. What other options are there? I actually have never played with it before in terms of like, confirmation. Okay, so a smiley face. There's some other stuff in there. Okay. Hey, that's good. We'll take the smiley face. There we go. Okay, there we go. That's good. Cool. Thanks, Kimo. Yeah, no, that's perfect. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure it's clear for you guys. Love it. I love the crown. Or what is that? Like an award? Trophy. Like a trophy. Okay. My eyesight is horrible. I can't. I, all right. So, okay, let me go back up, Sweetum. So you said free resources to set up a blog. Okay. Like photos and okay. Yeah, of course. So there is definitely two places that I like to go if you're looking for really high quality, like high res images. And let me pin this. I'm gonna pin this just so we can get this a little bit move these over. Okay. Pin. Okay, so the first place I'm gonna go is unsplash.com. So has anybody heard of unsplash.com out there? Unsplash.com is a free resource, totally free. Let me kind of go over this way a little bit. So totally free resource, and I love it because it's one of those things where when they say high res images, it is absolutely high res for sure. So yep, yep, for free photos, right? Yeah, definitely. So, okay. So the first thing I like to do is you can either search down here, you can search up here. It doesn't really matter. You can go up here or you can click down here and you can search. So let's say, does anybody have any suggestions? What should I search for? Oh yeah. Okay. So Clash D. Okay. Can you look up health related ones? Sure. All right, Clash D. We are going to, if you would like, we're going to do a little kind of like live, training session. So, do you want to give me, or can you please give me, something you might kind of focus on, like some sort of like, kind of sub niche, or within the health. So, is there something like fitness or eating healthy or dieting or whatever? Do you have something that you can give me that we can start searching for? I want to show you guys how this works here, just in case somebody's not familiar with it. Just like a topic, like a subtopic or that kind of thing. Just something we can kind of start with. Hey Hitesh, how you doing? Ebooks. Okay, actually it's um so we're actually trying to get images. Sorry about that. So we're trying to get images. So okay, on fat loss. Okay, so let's do, you know what? Let's just type that in. Let's literally type in fat loss. Can you see that? Fat loss. Okay. So here's what comes up. So what I like to do first is when you go over here, um there's a little filter right here, a little filter button, right? Like right here. And if you click on that, it's going to give you a couple of different options over here. So you can sort by relevance, you can sort by newest or curated. These are all different options. Relevance would be like relevant to whatever the word you typed in. Newest would be like whatever the newest photos that have been uploaded. Curated is like curated for like website, that kind of thing. So orientation is going to be, so all means landscape, which is like, like left to right, or portrait, which is like vertical, like up and down. And then down here, this is really important too. So for the license, Unsplash Plus is their premium kind of version of, you get a wider range of photos. Um, but I like to do free. So let's click on free down here, and then we're going to make sure this is set for all. So, okay, so you don't need to buy a license. No, you don't need to buy a license for any of these photos, excuse me. And I'll show you that here in one sec. So, okay, now it's going to go down and it's going to search for, it's going to use a filter. So it says, sorry, my voice is cutting out. So it says, you guys can see this. There's 1,500 servers. There's 1,500 photos and 11 illustrations, 6,000 collections, and about 6 different users, meaning like users who are uploading photos, photographers, that kind of thing. So let's get one that's a little, here, let's do this one. This one's a little kind of more, I think, kind of YouTube friendly kind of thing. So the image is very high quality. It's very high res. So what we're going to do is there's a couple of different options. So up here, you can just click download free just as it is. Um, or what you can do, and that'll just download it as like the normal kind of like the standard size. But if you need it to be a certain size, you can actually do, so you can see, you can download a resolution as small or you can download medium. So if you wanted to kind of get it, use it as like a featured image on a blog website, um, you could hit small or hit, excuse me, you could select small, medium, or original size, which is going to be the largest, most high definition version of the image. And this is what I recommend to you guys. Like, and this is what I do personally. You definitely want to go with the original size, because you remember you can always like shrink it down. Excuse me. You can always shrink it down in like Canva. Sorry about that. You can always shrink it down like Canva, um, or whatever photo editing software you're using. So as you guys can see in the middle, hopefully it's not too cut off, is it? Down here. So of course, like Unsplash has a little, they have a little, I guess, kind of partnership with Squarespace. It doesn't mean that you have to do a trial. This is just like a typical kind of sponsorship thing. You don't have to worry about that. It's not going to mess anything up with your images. Um, so, and then you can go down here and it says you can give a shout out to the photographer right here on social media. And that's totally optional. So, this is something that you can utilize. And again, you guys can see there's nothing in here that says, you know, you need to get a license, you have to pay for a license, you have to get approval for a license, because we went and we did that little trick over on this side. And, you know, we did it to where we sorted. So when we hit filter, we went down over here to free. So as long as you do that, you don't have to worry about it. So the one on the scale would work. Okay, let's take a look at that. So yeah, definitely good question. Okay, or sorry, good point. So let's take a look at this one next. Okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you very much. So, you're welcome, Qmo. No problem. Okay, so once we have the other image, this next image, it's going to be the exact same thing. So if you guys go over, we're going to go over here and go to the download free. And if you click the down arrow, another thing you can do if you want to click add, or what it is basically it wants you to log in. So if you were to log in, if you want to create an account, you can actually favorite photos within Unsplash. This is not necessary. And to be honest, I don't do this, but it doesn't mean it's a bad thing, right? So um, this is something you can do if you want, but you don't have to. You don't have to create an account. You can download the photos without creating an account. So what I like to do is, you know, go up here, go to the drop down, and then once again, I always like to select the original size. I think this is super important because, you know, you want it to be the highest quality resolution you can possibly have, and you don't want to try to like, if you have a smaller image, you don't want to stretch it out this way because you know it's going to be pixelated and you're going to lose that quality. So I would just download the original size right away, and then what it'll do is it's going to open up wherever you download it to or wherever you save it. And this is, I mean, what you see is what you get. It's super high quality, and it saves it as a JPEG. So I'm pretty sure the majority of the images get saved as JPEGs. Unfortunately, as far as I know, you can't choose what file format you want to save it in, but that's not the worst thing in the world. You can always go through and let's see. How about this one? You can always go through and you can also sort it differently, or as far as like save the file itself. So how you guys, are you guys liking this? Is this cool? Like, there's another website that I want to show you that also does free images. Same kind of thing as Unsplash. It's just a different website. So I usually take a look at this other one and I have them like side by side so I can actually look at them. Awesome. I'm so happy that you're enjoying it and it's helpful. Thank you. Okay, so the other hey Atesh, thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Definitely. And this is something that I definitely don't want you guys to worry about as far as are you just showing it for the live stream, but you don't really mean it? I mean, there is no strings attached. It is absolutely, let me flip this around for a sec. It's absolutely royalty free, commercial free. There's no license, there's no strings attached, so it's all good. You can use them for whatever you want, commercial, that kind of thing, online, business, all that. So it's totally free. So okay, so the other website that I like to go to is called pexels.com. So I'm gonna spell it real quick because it's a little difficult to, or unless you guys can see it right here. So it's Pexels is PEXELS.com, Pexels. And it's the same kind of exactly the same kind of, like, the layout's very similar, but the cool thing about Pexels that I like, in my opinion, that has like a little bit of a leg up from Unsplash is Pexels does videos too, which is insane. So let's go back and we're gonna search for what did we say? Weight loss, right? Is that what you said? um Clash D, weight loss, right? So we'll do weight loss. And then, so what it's going to do is you can see that it sorts by, oh, thank you, Sweetums. It sorts by photos, and it's got 3,400 photos and now videos. So we got about 1,300 videos, and there's about 493 photographers or users. So videos is insane because it's the same, exactly what you think it is. I mean, it's a video. It's like an MP4. And these are all royalty free. Same thing, royalty free. Let's find something that let's see. How about, I mean, we did search for weight loss, to be fair, right? So let's look at this one. So you can see this is high quality image. And you can go the same kind of thing. You can go over here and you can go to the down arrow, kind of like we did with Unsplash. And you can even go down, you can say, do you want it to be 4K quad HD, full HD, and it gives you the resolution size too. So really it's every resolution that you can imagine for your blog, your website, that type of thing. Okay. Would you recommend using videos on a blog? Yeah, absolutely. I think you know, as long as the video, the size and the so that's kind of the thing. So the size and the resolution of the video could definitely slow down. It could slow down your website, like page load. Sorry, your website load, page load speed. It can slow it down. So you want to make sure that you try to compress the video itself. You can do that for free in Canva if you want to make it a little bit, the resolution a little bit smaller, or as you saw. Let's see, what else can we? Let's find something else here. Um, I want to show you an example. Okay, we're gonna do this one. So what you can do is you can go over here and click on the down arrow for free download. And then if you wanted to, let's say, because Chromium usage, you were asking about, do you recommend using on the blog? So what you can do, if you want to choose a size that's not HD, maybe a little bit smaller resolution, you can go through here and you can actually select whatever the resolution you want to use. So standard definition, which is going to be a little more grainy and a little more kind of pixelated, but at the same time, the page load speed is going to be a lot quicker, and you're also going to be able to embed the video. So um, it's really going to depend on, you know, what your website looks like. How much elements do you already have on your website? Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, I'm just happy to share my experiences for sure. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. And thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. Okay. So, all right. So while we're kind of on the topic of like the blogging and kind of going down, that's the beauty of live is, you know, we kind of pivoted a little bit from, you know, the generating free traffic and talking about a blog and kind of going down a rabbit hole. But that's cool. I mean, you guys got to see these free tools and how to use them as far as like finding images. So another thing we can do is, um, yeah, I think so. Kumo, when you talk about coming up with content ideas. So do you mean, are you kind of thinking along the lines of like, so like blog type ideas as far as like the content, meaning the actual blog article kind of thing? Or do you mean like photo and video as far as like AI, that kind of thing? Like, is that kind of what you're referring to? So is it more of like the photo and the video, or the like blog article, like ideas for like, there we go, for like an article, like maybe chat gpt? Okay. Yeah, no, I think I think it's really smart. Yeah, blog article. Okay. Yeah, I think that's really smart because what you can do, especially with chat gpt, is there's something called, I don't know the actual official name, but there's something basically called like kind of like a wagon wheel or like a wheelhouse type approach when you're creating articles. So basically in the center of the wagon wheel, just imagine in your head, you have like the core topic. So we'll kind of stick with this core topic of like, health and fitness. So that's your core topic. And then the different spokes of like the wagon wheel could be your content like pillars. So for example, um, along the lines of Kumo asking about the content, the blog article ideas. So what you can do is you can go through and you have your main topic, which is weight loss, and then you could ask ChatGPT to give you, maybe 15 or 20 different content ideas, like sub ideas that were directly related to weight loss. Um, and then what you could do is you can utilize that and make each kind of sub idea, you can make that part of your content like wheelhouse, and everything can be like intertwined. So I think that's kind of the beauty of using something like a chat GPT. So you don't have to sit there and like think about, okay, so I have weight loss, what's connected to weight loss? Fitness, and then you have dieting, and then you have maybe cooking a certain way, and then you have, all those different little things. And maybe you can only think of like three or four things, but at the same time, by utilizing the power, leveraging the power of ChatGPT or another, AI writer type thing, it's just instantaneous. I mean, it gives you the information, and that's the thing, is you're not taking it and using it face value, like exactly what it's telling you. Um, so I think it's a great way to streamline your process as far as like saving time and that kind of thing, automating ideas. And I mean, as far as I know, you can't really run out of ideas. You can just keep asking in different ways, and you just may have to change your prompt, like meaning the way that you ask something is like the prompt. So depending on how you word something or phrase it, you could get a different response, you know, 10 times out of 10. So I think that's a great way to utilize that tool in a positive way, and that way you're getting all this extra content, or you're all these extra ideas that that you can never run out. So let's that's a good suggestion. So let me actually, I want to do that live here. Let's do that as an example live. So does anybody else have a niche out there that they would like to cover, maybe for like a content? Anybody have a blog that you have a topic idea? Otherwise, Clash D, we can stick with your weight loss or your health subtopic. So I just want to give, if anybody else has any suggestions out there, I want to give somebody else a chance. Yeah, yeah, we could totally do that. We could totally stay with health for sure. So let me switch over here real quick. Okay. 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 Sorry about that. I wish I didn't have to go back and forth so many times, but it's just, the problem is this one's too tall. The other tripod's too tall. Okay, so let's go back over here. So let's do, let me clear this. Okay, so you could say something like, give me, let's see, how about we do 30 subtopics that relate to weight loss that I can use as content pillars for my blog articles. Okay, so that was just something super simple. So give me 30. Oh, we'll wait for it to post and then you guys can see. So let's go back up here. So what we typed in basically was give me 30 subtopics that relate to weight loss that I can use as content pillars for my blog articles. So really it's as simple as that, is coming up with really just talking, very, very simple. And you don't have to make it complicated. I mean, I know there's a lot of people out here that make, ChatGPT complicated, like you have to type in very specific prompts and that kind of thing, which you can. I mean, you can do that. And the more specific you are, the more that you can actually get a response back as far as being very specific. But if you're just looking for something simple and something like super high level, then I think that did a good job. I'm gonna try to make this a little bit closer. Okay. All right. So, all right, Class D, this is for you. So when you're starting to think about what kind of subtopics you want for your blog articles, so it actually gives you like a nice little blurb at the top. And here are 30 subtopics, it says. So 30 subtopics you can use as content pillars for your blog articles. And what you can do is you can go through here and you can use all of these actually as a content pillar. So off of the weight loss main, you can do maybe a little information article. Yeah, you're welcome. Absolutely. You can do an information article, healthy eating habits. I mean, that's perfect because you can go in so many different directions with that. Maybe you can talk about exercise routines, mindful eating techniques. We don't have to read the whole thing, but um, basically, that's just an example of how easy this is, and that was like 5 seconds. How it just spit out 30 different content pillars, and then you can go one step further. So let's see. Let's take this one, healthy snack ideas. So then you could say, if you're trying to figure out how to write a blog article and you're really stuck, you could say, this could just be like a foundation. You could say, write me the outline. Sorry, I can't even spell tonight. Write me the outline for a blog article about healthy snack ideas in a funny and informative tone of voice. So what it's going to do is it's going to spit out, it looks like it's breaking it down into, so that's a lot. That's crazy. So I hope that didn't make anybody dizzy here. So let's scroll back up real quick. So at the very top, it gives you a hook. So basically, like if you want to do like an intro paragraph kind of thing, you have like the hook up here, and then it gives you like you know, this is ideas. So you could talk about like a brief overview of the importance of healthy snacking. And then it's important to tease what's to come in the article. So you really want to hook people and draw them in. So that's also something that you can use. And then you can break it down into different sections. So it's saying maybe the top section, you want to break it down into, you know, the struggle is real. And you could talk about, you know, like a funny take on unhealthy eating habits, like for snacks. And then maybe some relatable anecdotes and the battle between cravings and willpower. So this just gives you, the cool part about this is it gives you like a total breakdown. Um, it gives you like a total breakdown of the article ideas. So yeah, so there's a lot of ways. Um, yeah, definitely. Okay, I'm gonna switch this over here. There's definitely a lot of ways for sure to monetize a blog, chemo. So what we can do is let's touch on that because I think that's really important, especially for somebody who's just getting started and they're trying to figure out what direction they want to go in. Um, so the first and foremost, the first thing that I would do for sure, as far as like monetizing, um, and it doesn't have anything to do with ads. So everything is totally free. So the first thing I would do is sign up for an affiliate program. And the one that comes to my mind a lot, and the one that's like one of the simplest ones, is Amazon. So Amazon Associates is an affiliate program through Amazon, and you can sign up, and all you need is, to have like kind of a basic following, maybe I would say maybe like 10 to 20 articles, and or if you want to do it on social media, then you could have maybe, I don't know, 100 followers, 100 subscribers, that kind of thing. Just some sort of a kind of a basic foundation for like an audience. And once you have that set, then you can sign up and you can apply. I mean, you could technically apply for Amazon Associates like right away. But the thing is they have their criteria that you have to go through, and you need to meet. I think it's like you have to make 3 qualifying sales within, I think it's 180 days. So what is that? 3 months. I think that's like 3 or 4 months. So that would probably be my first advice as far as like monetize your blog, would be through affiliate marketing. And Amazon Associates is just one form of affiliate marketing. There's different ways that you can go through, and different things, different ways you can do like different products. Because you can do maybe like product review, depending on what you're doing. You can do like a product review type article. You could do a pros and a cons type article, where you can have list experiences, list your personal, I guess, kind of experience with the product, if you want to do that. Talk about maybe like do's and don'ts, kind of separate into like a chart type thing. So there's a lot of different ways that you can kind of integrate affiliate marketing into like a blog type thing. And on top of that, another thing you can do as you kind of get further along is sponsorships and brand partnerships. So basically, when you kind of get the ball rolling and you build up your catalog of blog articles, and everything's rolling, sometimes companies will actually approach you and they'll say, "Would you be willing to review this product?" Yeah, definitely Sweetums. That's a great idea. Yeah, to find to show how to find products, and that they could have affiliate links. Yeah, absolutely. That sounds good. Class D. So I've never done a sponsorship. Nope, nobody's approached me for a sponsorship. Um, so yeah, I'm just doing my thing. I haven't actually approached anybody else to try to sponsor them. So the only products that I've ever promoted is ones that I've used personally, or ones that I'm really into that I can actually speak on. And those are all through Amazon Associates, of their affiliate program. So yeah, do you want to see, we can dive into the health and wellness products and we can take a look. Yeah, absolutely. So just want to take a moment to say thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. And if you guys are liking this, please definitely hit the thumbs up button. And please feel free, if you want to hang out more, feel free to hit that subscribe button. That would be awesome. We'd love to have you here. So definitely. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go off into, we're going to talk about the health and the wellness, or the health kind of niche. And we're going to help Class D here live. We're going to talk about how do you find products and how do you actually link them on your blog. As far as like, if you wanted to go into affiliate marketing, just for Amazon, it would basically be the same thing if it was Amazon or Walmart or so forth. But because I'm like active in Amazon Associates, that's the easiest way for me to show. So Clash D, how's that sound? You ready to figure out some products here that you might be able to sell in the future, and kind of figure out, what you might want to, as far as how you can promote them the best way. So I think that would be cool. All right, perfect. So let me just get set up here. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I just want to mention real quick, as a side note, there is a pinned chat comment in the very top of this live chat. Um, So if anybody feels obligated, you'd like to do so, there's a couple different ways you can support us outside of subscribing to the channel. You know, we have Cash App, PayPal, we have Zelle, Venmo, that kind of thing. Buy me a coffee. So at the very top of the live chat, you can check it out. And if you'd like to, that'd be awesome. No obligation, but we really appreciate it. So, all right, let's get to the products here. Okay. All right, here we are back on this back on this video. So we're gonna get the camera here situated so we can take a look at Amazon. Okay, so we're gonna stick with the health niche here. So we're gonna go to Amazon.com, and the easiest way to do this. So there's two different ways we can do this. So number one, if you have a product in mind, you can actually search for the product itself. Or what I like to do is if you go to Amazon.com and you go / and you go to bestsellers, then what it's going to do is this is the easiest way to find best-selling products, and it's not just, this is coming right from Amazon. So we're using their data, their analytics, that kind of thing. So this is all based off of them. So this is Amazon telling us what is a bestseller. So we're going to scroll down here, and it sorts it by department. So since we're sticking with health and wellness, let's go down here a little bit, and we're going to look for something that says health and wellness or something to that effect. So I see health and household. So let's click on that. And then, okay. So then it's going to separate even further down. So this is going to separate it even down to different like sub kind of categories. So it's going to, you know, you guys can read this, but you know, baby, and then diet, healthcare, house supplies, medical supplies, all that kind of stuff. So what we're going to do is let's do, how about diet and sports and nutrition? How about we do that? So this is a way that you can actually, you can sort it even more, and you can have such a granular, um, this is like a granular way to know what is actually selling. So Class D, if you're in here and you're like, I'm not really sure what to promote. So I know, right? That's crazy. Like some of the stuff that you see on here, you're like, really? Is that a bestseller? That's pretty crazy. But yeah, this is straight from Amazon. So one of the biggest things that you guys can see right away is, so under bestsellers, here's basically, you know, the proof is in the pudding kind of expression. So number one is liquid IV, and I've actually used this before, and this this list has nothing to do with, you know, me or any of my searches or anything. I mean, this is coming straight from Amazon. So I don't want you guys to think that it's sort of tailored to what I've searched before, because I definitely haven't searched for this stuff before. Um, so the first thing you can notice, the number one bestseller, Liquid IV, it's a hydration packet. Um, so it's got 101,000 reviews, which is absolutely insane. So let's click on that and let's take a look at this one. So when the time comes for this, um, Clash D, for you to choose a product, this is a great place to start as far as like the bestsellers. And the reason is because you know that people are selling. I mean, you know that people are buying this stuff. So you don't have to sit there and think like, what are people actually buying? You can actually go through and you can be confident that it's selling. So as you can see, there's a bunch of product images over here on this side. So you can click on these to kind of get a sense of, you know, maybe more of the product itself. Some of them are just kind of more informational, and some of them actually show the packet them. Whoops, sorry about that. Some of them show the packet themselves. So it shows like what the product is. Um, yeah, you totally could. Kumo, you definitely could, for sure. So if you found, you know, you have this best-selling product, and you know that people are buying it, then yeah, you could take it into ChatGPT. So Liquid IV itself, that would be like the keyword. So you could go through and you could say like, okay, Liquid IV, you know, give me maybe 10 to 12, you know, subtopic ideas just based around liquid IV, and it could be anything under the sun. So, what you would do, so if you wanted to promote this product itself, there's a couple things we have to just remember is, if you're a member of Amazon Associates, um, one of the big things, one of the big no-nos is that they don't allow you to use images straight from the product page itself. So like this image here or any of these images over here to the side, you can't use any of these um, to promote anything as far as, you know, promoting an affiliate link if you have like on your blog or your website. So you got to remember that you can use, like, if you wanted to pick something like, you know, you could recreate something like this very simply. You know, we just went to Unsplash and Pexels, right? So if you went to Unsplash and this flavor is lemon lime, right? So I'm gonna go here. Let's go out of here and we can go back over here and we can type in lemon lime. And we can just find something. We can find some kind of image. Has a little bit of both. This one's nice. I mean, this one has like a nice drink. This is like really high quality. So the purpose of that is, you know, going through Amazon, you don't want to use the stock images. Not that you don't want to, but that's directly against their rules. So they also have videos on here, which unfortunately you cannot use those either. So you have to stick. Yeah, you can't use any of this stuff, which is fine because, you know, you can just make your own. Like in Canva, you could go through and you can make like a little grid or like a little graph thing. And yeah, so you can alter the image, but I would be very weary about, you know, if you just alter it like slightly, you want to make something that's like totally new. Meaning, you know, there's nothing wrong with taking, you know, taking this image right here and then you can cut the background out, right? You can cut out the background and you could use these two images right here or one image if you want to use one of them. And then you could maybe add this to like the background of, or add this to the foreground of maybe like this. I know that's got grapefruits in it too, but, or you could maybe add it to this, add it on here, something like this that's like lemon and lime, and you can just put like the liquid IV packet in the middle. So that's so you can use the branded liquid IV image um, if you make it your own in terms of make it something that is unique. So sure, yep. So let's do this. So let's go. We're gonna download this. We'll download original size, and then let's download this one. So we'll just say we're gonna use this, right? So we're just gonna right click, click on save image, and we're gonna type in liquid IV. Okay, I'm gonna go into Canva. So I like to use Canva. For those not familiar with Canva, Canva is, I love that enthusiasm. Canva is a free photo editor, and you can do some light video editing as well. But if you're not familiar with Canva, um, there's a free version and there's like a pro version. So the pro version is about $119 a year, I think, and there's a lot of features that come with the pro version to me that make it worth it. And I'm going to show you one here in a second. So I'm going to hit upload. So we're going to create this just a super quick like mock image. So I'm going to hit upload right here, and then we're going to click on this, and then we're going to click on the liquid IV, and then we're going to use it in a new design, and then click on custom size because we want to keep this size right here. So click on create a new design. Okay, so now we're going to pull it over here. So first thing we're going to do is, and this next step unfortunately is a pro version as far as like removing the background, but there is two options that I really like to remove the background for free if you don't want to pay for Canva Pro. So the first one is remove.bg. This is probably the one that I recommend the most. It's remove.bg, and this one's free. So all you gotta do is click on upload image, and then you're gonna put your image in here, click on open, and then it's gonna go through, it's gonna do its thing, and that's what it's gonna look like. So you can create a design right here in Canva, or you can download it. So that's pretty cool. I mean, that's all it does is remove the background. So we're going to go back over here to Canva, and then we're going to click on edit image. So this feature, any feature that you guys see that has a little crown, is going to be a Canva Pro feature. So the alternative, like we just covered, was to do the remove.bg, the background. Awesome. Thank you, Sweetums. Yep. No, I totally agree. I totally agree. It's the free is the best thing. And you can do it as many times as you want. So just for this example, I'm going to show you guys how to do it in Canva. So background remover, and then that's it. So, I mean, that took, I don't know, I blinked my eyes and I think it was done. So it's so quick. It's just so incredibly quick, which is awesome. So the next thing we could do is, so we'll pull in, what we're going to do, let's pull up another image. So we want to add like a second image. So how much do you have to change the image so you can use it? Yeah, that's a great question. So I would say if you took this in itself, so maybe I probably wouldn't use both. I'd probably use one or the other. Um, so let's add this duplicate. Actually, sorry, not that. Let's do another image down here just so we have a template. So I would say you have to really make it so it doesn't resemble the original in any way, shape, or form. So here's the original. So it has text over here. It's got some air, like kind of like lines pointing. It's like kind of like a teal blue background. So we definitely don't want that in any way, shape, or form. So we don't want it to mirror that at all. So we're going to go back over here and go back into Canva. And since we have everything exported or the background removed, then what we can do is we can decide if you want to actually keep one or keep both. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep, since there's lemon lime in the image that we kind of looked up right here, I'm going to do the one that doesn't have the lemon lime in it. So I'm going to do this one right here. So I'm just going to take this, I'm going to drag it over, and it's going to slowly make this part of the image disappear just to get it out of the frame. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to make it as like thin as I possibly can. That way, because we're going to want to copy this and, whoops, okay. And then we're going to pull this down. And then we're going to do the same thing. Okay, so you want it to be, yep, it's really just drag and drop. In this, I want you guys just to remember, like, there are some features of Canva Pro or Canva that do cost money, but thankfully there are options, right? And you saw how easy this option was to remove it. So yes, so Canva does have free images you can use as well. So if we go over here to the left side and we go over here and there's elements right here. So you can click on elements and you can type in really whatever. So does anybody have a suggestion? Like what would be something that you guys want to add to this image that we're creating? So does somebody want to put a suggestion of like some type of image? And then we can search for it. We'll search for it here. Someone drinking. Okay. So let's see. Let's do it like this. How about we do this? Person drinking. Okay. So what it's going to sort by is graphics, which are mainly like cartoons. Excuse me, but it also has actual photos. And it has images too. Videos, excuse me. So, hey Garo, thank you for popping in. We really appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Thank you guys. I want to take a minute to say thank you so much for being here. And if you wouldn't mind hitting the like button if you guys are enjoying this, that'd be awesome. So we can go through and we can hit see all and we can select. So do we want, we can decide this together as a group. Do we want to, what do you guys think? Do we want to do, I kind of like this one because it has a picture of someone kind of looking at the camera. What do we think here? Because we can always, let's see, we can always pull this in and drag this down. So what I'd like to do is I like to actually almost kind of like stage this. Yeah. Yeah. That one over there. Yeah. I like to stage this to where I'm actually creating the design basically top to bottom kind of thing. So it doesn't have to be that way, but for me, it's kind of easier to kind of go through and say, okay, what am I working with? What's the original thing I'm working with? Um, and you guys remember how we actually like we kind of shrunk this a little bit, right? Oh yeah, it's green, right? I didn't see that. Oh yeah, good call. Thank you, Kumo, for yeah. Okay, so let's not use that because we want it has to be. Let's see. Yeah, good call. Let's go back and let's find another one. Um, let's see. What about how about this one? Is that clear? I know this is kind of like water, but still it's going to be along the same lines cuz this is clear. It looks like water, but I mean, liquid IV basically is water. It's basically like flavored water cuz it's just like a packet, you know. Cool. Okay. Okay. I'm going to flip this around real quick. Is it clear enough? Are you guys good? Can you guys see it okay? I just want to make sure everything's good. So, okay. I'm going to flip it back around here. Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. It just sometimes it looks a little skewed on my end. Okay, so what we're gonna do is remember we want the image to be the full size of this, right? Because we're basically again we're mirroring or not necessarily mirroring, but we're trying to go off of this product image. So we want to stretch this as far as we can. So we want to stretch this down. And then you're thinking, well, there's this white box like at the very bottom, and that kind of looks pretty bad, right? That's you're not filling it in all the way. So what we can actually do is if you click it and it highlights this box purple, then what you can do is you can drag from the sides and you can make it bigger. So it's gonna make this image of this person a little bit bigger, but we'll kind of resize it here in a moment. So we just want to make it bigger so it fills the whole box. So then what you can do, if it kind of looks like it's off a little bit to the side, you can double click, excuse me, and you can kind of move it wherever you want. So it looks like this one's already attached to the frame. Yep, exactly. Yep. Okay, so that looks good. So now we have this image of this person right here, and then we're gonna come up here and I wanna actually lock. I'm gonna right click and I'm gonna hit lock. So what that means is, you know, how before we kind of shrunk the image like in and then top to bottom, because there is a part like a part two of that. So we just wanted this individual one in the background. So what I'm gonna do is I want to make sure that we can't pull this out like this. So we want to lock it so it stays the same shape. So I'm gonna right click and I'm gonna hit lock, and then we want to just do lock itself. So then you can take it and then it's going to be locked. So then what we can do is we can copy this. Oops. Actually, can we might not be able to. Okay. So if you lock it, I guess you can't copy it. So let's do this. Copy. And we're going to go down to this one. We're just going to right click and we're going to hit paste. So then you can basically superimpose this image right here, and it's thin. It's thin. Remember how we made it thin? So it's this thin one, and we can put it, and it kind of these little boxes and stuff. It kind of gives you a sense of like how it's lining up on the image. So is it centered? Is it kind of like the size, the best? You know, kind of like to scale basically. So yep, Kumo, you can add the text, the science behind liquid IV, how it hydrates faster than water. I love that. Where did you get that? Did you make that up? That's really good. Yeah, I was looking for that. Did you make that up? That's really good. Yeah, no, you could totally um put that on there. And honestly, like it doesn't have to be some big bold thing. It can just be a nice little kind of a nice little font. So we can either keep it upright like this, or if you want to kind of like tilt it sideways a little bit, you could take this little one down here and you can kind of drag this so it kind of goes this way, like however you want it. If you want it to look a little more, kind of this way. And then what we can do is we can add in the text. So if you wanted to go over here, then you could add in, the heading, which is like the bigger text itself. Let me see if I can make it so you could see both. So the heading is like the bigger text, and then subheading is smaller. So that's going to be a smaller. And then a little bit of the body is down a little bit further. So you have three different options for like text that you can add. Or what you can do is they have these I guess kind of pre-template fonts that if you wanted to use one of these styles that's already created, you can go through and you can just use one of these. So let's see. How about we do this? Let's do this. I like this one. So we could do something like this, and we could put I'm gonna do liquid IV, and then oh, you know what? So it's moving the background around. So we want to actually lock the background, or we want to make that as the background image. So we can just right click and we can do set as background, and that way we won't be moving the background around. We can just move the contents. Chat GPT. There we go. That's perfect. Okay, so we could do we could add in something like this. Oh, I put it in there. You know what? Liquid IV. And then we can add whatever. We can really add whatever you want to put in here, right? I think that's going to be too long. Hydration, liquid IV. How about mix? That kind of thing. So it kind of gives it like almost like a 3D effect. This isn't necessarily something I would use, but I would just kind of showing you guys what you could do. And you can even, if you wanted to put this text behind the liquid IV, you could go over here to layer, and you could hit send backward. So what that does is it's going to put it behind. It puts it behind the image. So if you want to make it look a little more, kind of professional, or however you want to customize it, that kind of thing. So it's just a way to kind of give a little extra. Or if you don't want to put this in here at all, what you can do is, yeah, yeah, exactly right. Yeah, yeah, you can. So if you click on it, then what you can do, click on the purple, and then if you go up here to color, click here, and then it actually gives you these options right here, the colors that are in the photo. So what you can do is if you want to use teal, you can see that it changes the color to teal because it's pulling the color out of here, out of this image right here. So, which is really awesome that you don't have to do any kind of color matching. Yeah, this is all free. It's definitely free. So, which is pretty awesome. So you can really select whatever you want. If you wanted to do, maybe like the darker, and then you can always change the color of the text here, and you can change that. Maybe if you wanted to do the yellow over here. So, and then we can get rid of all these like subheadings. If these are all in the way, then you can kind of move this around. So you can make this bigger. So if you wanted to keep it like that and then just make it a little bit bigger, you could pull this, make it however big or however small you want. So you don't have to worry about like finding the size. So you don't have to go, okay, I'm gonna go down, 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 and click like that. You can just drag it. So Canva makes it so easy. You just drag it and hold, and you can actually change it that way. So that's probably the easiest way to do it without having to actually choose the size, like the number itself. So that's a part that I thought was super cool that you can drag it like that. So we got a little liquid IV mix right here. And we can move this over. We can drag this image back over, click on done, and then we can put this up. I mean, we can even make this a little smaller. And if you wanted to put it maybe like that, and then we can add a little bit of, if you want to add a little bit of text down here, maybe like a little subheading, and you could say, let's see, Kimo, what did you say? I love that. How it hydrates, the science behind liquid IV. I'm gonna type that just so we can all see that. So the science behind liquid IV. And if you wanted to change this, you can always go in here and you could change the font color. If you want to make it white, which is kind of difficult to see, so you probably want to make it a little bit darker if you want to have it the same color. Black might be a little difficult, but you can always hit effects and you can add a little bit of a shadow, or you can change, change the color however you want behind it. And part of this is the fun. Yep. And so now you change it. Now you can use it for your blog post. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. So the point is, let me go over here. Let's pick a font real quick. Let's do handwriting real quick. Let's see. How about this one? Okay. So we'll just put this down. We could put this down here, and if we wanted to make the lines a little bit, kind of pull that in a little bit. And then we can also add, if you're like, okay, well, that's not customized enough. If you want to add it a little bit more, then you can go into elements and we can add something like, how about a, what is it called? Badge? Like a guaranteed badge, like customer service badge. So let's just search for badge. And then we can go down and we can say something like, here we go. Satisfaction 100% guaranteed. Right? If you wanted to add that to your image, just a little something extra, kind of like, give it a little extra spruce it up a little bit, and click on edit image, and then you can remove the background. And that way you can take this and you can shrink this down. And you can put it down maybe like in the corner or wherever you want to. And maybe make this up a little bit bigger. And obviously you can go through and you can tweak the font, the colors, and all that stuff. So maybe this isn't the right color. Maybe red. So something like that. So this now would be an image that you could absolutely use on your blog, on your social media, that kind of thing, because you are taking the initial product image right here, but you're changing it so dramatically and you're creating your own, this is your own custom image. So this is something that is the ultimate, like, obviously Amazon doesn't want you using this image by itself, like for face value. But if you take this and you customize it to a point where it's unrecognizable, basically. Unrecognizable meaning like it's clearly not the product image that's on Amazon. So if you were to use this, you wouldn't have any problems. You've added so many different elements and different fonts, and you got an image here straight from Canva. Or what you could do is if you wanted to take this, you could take it and get the image. Instead of getting the image on Canva, you could get it from Unsplash or Pexels, like we talked about before. So yeah, did you guys like that? That's cool. I mean, that's kind of the cool part is like, as far as like making it super customizable and really making it to your own, I guess, kind of your creativity, right? However you want to be creative and making it your own, and that way, not only are you making something that you can be proud of that's unique, so you're really practicing your graphic design skills, but at the same time, thank you, Kumo, really appreciate it. Um, you're having an image that's not going to get flagged. It's not copyrighted. It's something that, sure, you're welcome. It's something you can use, and it really helps, I think, kind of draw in. So if you were to take that and you were to put that on social media, or even put it on like maybe a Pinterest pin or something like that, you could take that image and you could use that. And that's not something that they wouldn't flag it. It wouldn't be a copyright thing, or it wouldn't be breaking the terms and conditions, because that's something you created that was brand new, right? And you just created it with your mind. So um, that's something that it's such a cool thing. And like you guys saw, for sure, I mean, there's no strings attached. Like this is free. So aside from removing the background, which you have an alternative, um, everything we did was free as far as like the graphic design, the editing. um, there's definitely other options when it comes to um, graphic design, and choosing whatever platform that you like. I personally use Canva. I like Canva, but there's a ton of other options out there, but I just don't really talk about them on the channel because I just have such a love for Canva. So because it's so easy for me to use, because I never had graphic design experience like coming into this whole thing. So um, yeah, no, that's so that was cool to be able to do that together and do that live. So so while we're on the topic of the blog and the images and all that, um, let's go back. So now that we have our image, let's figure out, or let's show how you can actually get the affiliate link. So once you sign up for Amazon Associates, then you can go through and you can get the affiliate link. So I'm gonna flip the camera back around and let's take a look at that process. Okay, so what we're gonna do, let's go back over here to Amazon. Okay, now we're back at Amazon. So let's say you just made this really compelling, like really creative product image, and just to be safe, we want to check on the reviews. So we know this is a bestseller, obviously, but just to be safe, I just want to share kind of like my criteria with you guys for when you're choosing a product. I always like to choose, definitely it has to have at least 4 stars, and it has to have at least 1,000 ratings. And that's just me personally. And if I know that that's true, then people aren't just buying this product and returning it. So let's say you do want to promote this liquid IV product. So once you're accepted into Amazon Associates, it's really simple to grab this. So you're just going to go up here to get link at the top, and then click on get link. And then here's your link right here. This is your affiliate link, your referral link. They kind of go hand in hand. So there's a short link version, and there's also a long link. I'm not quite sure why you'd want to use a long link, because it looks kind of really messy and cluttered, and in my opinion, not very professional, especially if you're trying to promote it. You want it to be as short as humanly possible, and people are going to still know that you're going to Amazon. So that's kind of the cool part, is like you can tell, even if you don't know what Amazon Associates is, you can tell that this is Amazon. I mean, it basically spells it out right there. So AMZN. So you know it's going to be Amazon. So once you click that, then you could take your link and then you can literally paste it anywhere. So you would take your link, and then you can take your image, and then what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to share or download this. So we can download this image once you're in Canva. We're going to go over here to share. Click on the share button up here in the top. Oh, sorry. Actually, first we want to put a title. So we could do, let's do Liquid IV product. Okay, Liquid IV product. So then we can go over here to share. And so what we can do is we're going to hit download. And this is the easiest way to get this image. So if you click on download, and then you can select what the image of the file type is. I highly recommend PNG, because this is the most high res, the most high quality image, like file extension you can have, file format. But if you want something that's a little more less kind of bulky in terms of size, then JPEG is going to be your next best bet, JPG. So I would stick with PNG, and then you can actually go through, and this is a Canva Pro feature, but you can make it a transparent background. But we saw that tool that you can do that too, so we don't have to worry about that. And then you can compress the file. This is also a Canva Pro option, but you don't need to do this. We want to keep it as high quality as we can. So And then once you go down and select pages, you got to make sure that you select the page, page 2, because that's the one that we created, right? So page 1 just has the image itself. So we want to go down to page 2. So page 2, and then click on the checkbox right here, and then we're going to click on done, and then we'll click on download. And then what it's going to do is it's going to save it wherever you keep your downloaded files. You can click on it. And then this is it. This is the image that we just created. So this is very high res, and this is basically, it has a badge down here that we created. And this is the cool part about creating it custom, because you know that nobody else is going to have this kind of image. And what better way to try to promote your product with something that's super high quality, and it actually allows you to draw people in, because you have a couple different elements. You have the product element of the actual product itself, and then you kind of have a cool font, like a cool way to display it, a little kind of blurb or catchphrase down here, and then you have the actual live action kind of somebody drinking, that actual action of a person, so kind of like a live action shot kind of. And then you have a badge down here. This badge isn't 100% necessary, but we just wanted to put this in here just to kind of show you guys what you could to kind of beef it up. If parts of your image look a little bit like bare or blank, then you can kind of go through and you can either make this bigger, or you can actually add like little elements if you want. So I would say that's a good point, Kusasi. So for the PMG, I would say for the featured image of the blog, let me pull this over here. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. So the featured image here for the blog, like this is an example. So this is the ghost platform I was talking about. So for the featured image here, I would always use this as a PNG. I would save this as PNG format just for this. But if you scroll down, these other images I would use as a JPEG. The ones that are actually being put onto your blog article, because JPEG are definitely going to load a lot faster. So here's an example of, this is an information article that I did about trail cameras. And basically I have an intro right here, and then I added some images, and believe it or not, do you want to guess where I got these from? It was Unsplash. So I got all these images from Unsplash, and I just added these in here. These are all totally free. Yep. So the pictures in the body of the article will be JPEG. Yeah. Yes. Yep. These are all JPEGs. And then what I do is I make sure that I have some internal linking. So basically, this links. So this little phrase, this text phrase right here, it links out to another article that I have on the blog. So you really want to remember to do that backlinking as far as keeping your pages like interlocked, as far as connecting them, within your blog itself. So that's a little trick that I learned as far as like to kind of beef up the topical authority. If you have articles that are, let me flip this around. If you have articles that are kind of based on the same topic or subtopic, you definitely want to like link them together, through like text, and then actually have like a URL point to it. So how many affiliate links do you put in each post? So it depends. So there's one main post that I would have like to review the product itself, and I would put one affiliate link in that product, or in that article, sorry. But if you have these other informational articles that are kind of like parts of the pillar that we talked about earlier, the pillar spokes, I wouldn't put any affiliate links in there. So just out of your entire kind of wagon wheel spoke, I would put it right in the main article. So like the product review article. So for example, I can flip it around and I can show you guys. Let me flip this around here. So you can click on search, and then let's see, what are we looking for? Trail camera. So I'm gonna click on search and then just do trail camera. And then this first article right here on the blog is the main post. So this is the main like best trail cameras. This is the main one that has the affiliate links in there. So if you scroll down, and this is another thing that is a non-negotiable. You have to put this in here. This is a what's called an affiliate disclaimer. This is something that the FTC, Federal Trade Commission in the United States, absolutely requires. So you need to say that you're a participant in Amazon, like the affiliate program, and you could earn commission based on the links. So you need to have it at the very top or somewhere close to the links. Um, yep. So I would have some sort of like, so this is for Amazon Associates, but depending on which, if you're not in the United States and you don't have Amazon, if you don't have Amazon Associates, if you're not in the United States, I would just look into whatever affiliate program that you're a part of and see if they require a disclosure for your affiliate links. I would, just to be safe, you probably want to put it in there just to make sure that you're covering all your bases as far as like the legal sense, because you don't want to make it seem like you're trying to be shady, you know, that kind of thing. So there's not an official, there's not like an official there's not an official minimum like number of blog posts you need, but I would say what I personally did was I did 10. I did 10 blog posts before I applied to Amazon Associates. So, okay, Garo says, I'm in Australia. Is it required here? So, Garo, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Um, do you have Amazon Associates? Do you know in Australia? That's a good question. Yeah, I'm just curious if the affiliate program is in Australia. Let's see. Um, you know what? Let me search real quick. Gar, if you don't know, let me search real quick. Uh, so okay, let me flip this around just so you guys can see me type this. Is Amazon Associates available in? If I can spell, in Australia. Okay, so yeah, it looks like Amazon Associates is available in Australia. Yep. So to be honest, Garo, I definitely would. I would absolutely put an affiliate disclaimer in your blog articles. Yes, I definitely would. Um, so regardless if you're in the United States or not, if you're a part of the Amazon Associates program, I would absolutely put in just to be safe to cover your bases. Yeah, definitely. That way they can't come back and they can't say something like, "Oh, well, you're trying to, you know, be secretive," because really they're very strict about their rules and how they have everything set up. And if you don't follow the terms and conditions like to the T, they can definitely not only ban you but kick you out of the program. So you want to make sure that you're doing everything you can. You're crossing all of the T's, dotting the I's, making sure you have all your ducks in a row, kind of thing. You don't want to give Amazon a reason to ban you. You know. If you have a blog, would you cross promote with other social media? Yeah, definitely, definitely. I think that's a huge, I think, a huge way to leverage your blog and not just your affiliate links but your blog itself. So if you can take, let's say you have maybe like you share your blog posts on Facebook or like a Nextdoor, that kind of thing, any place that you can get the URL of your blog, like an article or that kind of thing in different places that's legitimate, I think is only going to help you. Definitely. Yep. So I think the best thing to do, like the first thing I would do for sure is, in order to kind of like cross promote, would be first, if you have multiple articles on your blog that are under the same topic, I think the best thing you can do is take the articles themselves, and you want to go through and you want to what's called backlink or interlink the articles. So for example, let me flip this around again. Okay. So for example, the best way to interlink your articles is really by text. And all you're really doing is you're just creating like a hyperlink to another article. So if we are on this one right here, then we just scroll down. Let me find an example here. Okay, that's not an example. Let me go down here, use this one. So this is the main product review article. So this one probably, well, let's see. So this is actually Amazon affiliate links. So can you see how I use the product itself, but then put it on a different background? That was something that, I wanted to have the product image, but I kind of went with the theme of like the woods, kind of backwoods kind of thing. Yep. Yeah, so it's almost like when you're on YouTube and you kind of go down a rabbit hole of watching a bunch of videos on the same channel. Same kind of thing with the articles on a blog. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Best camera for night vision. So, and then also Amazon doesn't like it if you actually list the price itself. You have to put something that's like super generic on there, like, hey, check the price on Amazon. Um, so let me try to find a way to link. Let me find an example of a way to link. Let's see. I think I have something down further, actually. Then I have some features. And then, sorry, I know this is gonna, hopefully it's not making anybody dizzy. Let me just scroll down real quick. If you're gonna ask questions, make sure to put that on there. If you're gonna ask questions, is a great way to kind of beef up the article a little bit, or make it a little bit, give a little more kind of engagement to where there's a drop down and then you can actually click the answer. Um, so let's see. Okay, I guess I didn't put it on this one. So let's go to the main. Actually, you know what? Let's go back to the main thing and we'll find a good example. So, okay, here we go. So here's an example of backlinking or interlinking. Yeah, you don't, Chromie homie, you don't list the price. Um, you don't list the price because that's one of Amazon things. They want you to find the price out on Amazon itself. So they don't want you to list the price because they think basically if they list the price and someone's not interested, they're not going to click on it basically. That's kind of the gist of it. So this is a way to interlink. How come recipe blog posts are always so long? Do they have to be a specific? No, I think, what it is, the length of a blog post, I think relates directly to competition in terms of like sorry. Can you guys hear me? I got a pop up on my phone. Um, there is a there's a direct correlation with like competitors. Let me flip this around real quick so I can tell you. There's a direct correlation with competitors, word count, that kind of thing. So um, that's kind of something that you got to kind of think about. So that might be why they're a little bit longer. That kind of thing is like as far as like a recipe blog go, because um, okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that. Every time I get a notification, it kind of interrupts the phone. So I want to make sure it wasn't cutting the live out. Sorry about. Okay, so sorry about that. Let's get back to it. My apologies. Okay, so if we flip this back around, um, you can see the inner linking, or the inner kind of the internal linking is going to be right here on this spot right here. So how to lose a charge. See this right here? This is going to be an inner link to the to a different article. So if you click this, you can see down here, I don't know if you can see it in the screen, but it shows it's going to a different article within the blog. So if you click on that, it's going to pull up a different article within the same blog, and that would be like an internal backlink to the blog. So that's definitely a way that you can start by kind of like cross promoting within your blog itself. You want to definitely like internal link, that kind of thing, and have it go. And here's another one. I did a backlink out to Wikipedia. It doesn't have to stay within your blog itself. I mean, backlinking out to Wikipedia is something to try to build like topical authority also. So hopefully that makes sense. So, and then you can see basically changing not only the, adding, here's another link, um, adding bold text and like a little bit of indentation and some numbers and stuff. You definitely have an opportunity to make it look more pleasing to the eye when someone's reading it. You don't want it to be like kind of plain Jane and just like super simple. You want it to look like they're actually kind of almost like reading, like not necessarily a book, but like an article, something that's engaging. And there's a lot of links, there's photos that you can click here, and all these photos go back to Unsplash. So these are all something that I got from Unsplash that are totally free. So I'm gonna pause here for a sec. I just want to say thank you guys so much for being here, and appreciate you guys joining me on this live. Really appreciate it. If you guys are enjoying this content, I'd greatly appreciate you hitting the like button. And if you want to stick around and hang out with us, definitely consider subscribing. That would be awesome. And we definitely appreciate that. So, um, you know, besides subscribing and hitting the like button, if you guys would like to support us beyond that, at the top of this live chat, there's a pinned comment with a couple different ways to support us. So feel free to check that out if you'd like to. So sorry, Kusasi. So the question was, did you use a template for your blog? Yes. So the template that I use within Ghost, um, let's see, so ghost.org. So if you go to ghost.org, um, there's just a ton of different themes that you can use. So it kind of goes down, it tells you like what the product, what you're actually going to be using it for. Excuse me. So if you click on explore, then it's going to go through, and this is basically like different people that actually use Ghost. But I think it's ghost.com/themes. I think. Let's see. Yes. Okay, cool. Awesome. So here's the theme. So I know that the screen is kind of like out a little bit, so we'll try to make this as easy as possible for you guys to see. But um, here's all the different themes. So this was a question, Kusasi. So the theme is basically the template, yeah. And so right here, it actually sorts it on this side by price and rating. So you can, if you wanted to make it, there's definitely free, and there's paid versions too. So I think the one that I used was paid, only because paid allows you to do more customizations. But you can totally get away with doing something for free. So you could sort, you can actually go down here and you can actually see, it tells you what the cost of the theme is. So $79, $100, that kind of thing. Um, or you could sort by category down here. So if you have a very specific kind of idea in mind of what you want the blog to be about. So yeah. Um, so when you pay the fee for the template, it's a one-time fee. So you don't have to worry about it. It's not like a monthly fee or anything. It is a one-time fee that you would pay, and you can sort by whatever category you like. Um, so newsletter, blog, etc., news, magazine, etc., that kind of thing. So instead of looking at the actual category, I just kind of like to scroll down and see. That's how I found mine. Scroll down, and I kind of see what pops out to me, what stands out, what seems like it's that I would really like. So you can just scroll down, and if you find something that you like, then you would just click on it. Let's see, what can we, how about this one? Let's check this one out. So, do you think it's important to have consistent brand aesthetic across your platforms, or does it matter? Yeah, it definitely is important um, to have the same aesthetic as far as a brand goes. So if you have colors, if you have something that, a brand kind of color palette that you use, like maybe the same two, three, four colors, I would definitely stick with that, because I think it not only adds consistency, but also it's pleasing to the eye, and then it's easily recognizable. So if you're on, let's say, the blog right here, and then you're also on social media, you want all the colors in the logo, everything to be as uniform as humanly possible. That way people can see and they can actually connect, so they know, they don't have to like guess, like, hey, is that, this person's blog? Is that Love Nature Reviews or whatever? We know the logo, we know the brand, we know the color. So yeah, I would definitely say it's important, and it does matter for sure. It definitely does matter, because I think it just helps add authenticity, and um, it adds consistency, and it's professional. So so you can go through, and it actually allows you to see what it would look like on mobile. So this is the desktop version, and this is a live view of the what the actual theme would look like. So you can kind of see over here, it gives you the top where you kind of have the header menu at the very top, and you can take a look down, and you can kind of customize it however you want. But if you like the layout and the look of this, then also you can go down here and you can change, and it'll open up a new, if you want a different theme, you can always change it down there. So it gives you kind of like an example of what you might like. So yep. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely doable. I think there's definitely a learning curve when it comes to picking out a theme. Um, then again, you don't have to really, there's no real like hardcore coding or anything involved. Um, hey, big fish, small pond. Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much for being here. So I host my blog through Ghost, so ghost.org, and I'll show you what it looks like. So this is the blog. This is mine. Um, so it's called Love Nature Reviews, and it's very simple. I wanted to be like super minimal. Um, so I'm not sure exactly. I can't remember what this is actually called, like what theme it is. I know for sure that it costs money though. It was like $79, I think. Um, let me see. I just want to show you guys the free themes. I mean, they do exist, and they are out here. So they're obviously going to be a little more minimal, a little more kind of basic, but that doesn't mean bad, or it doesn't mean unprofessional in any way, shape, or form. So it really just kind of what you it kind of depends what you're going to do, what you're using it for, and what look and feel you want to go with. So um, if you want something that's like super high high image intense, then you can kind of pick more like a photography type style. Or if you want something more like journalistic and more, because this over here, digest, this is good. Like they kind of give you an idea. It's kind of like a newsletter type. Or over here, the journal is kind of more like journalistic type, blog type thing. So it's really about the look, however you want, however you see the look. And this is definitely like super, super basic. Like there's no images or anything on here, but it's really just extremely minimal. But I mean, this one right here is like super nice, and it's free. So I mean, you have like a nice little, here, we can click on this one. There's a nice little you know, kind of header menu at the very top. You have like a sub menu, you can scroll down. And this is an example of something that's free. I mean, you have images over here, then you can do an image on the side, And really, once you get in there, you can move stuff around. If you don't like how this image is big versus these small images, so it's really super customizable once you get in and you kind of take a look at the back end. So um, there's definitely, hey, Sweetums, can you please put the link for the video for how to design a ghost blog website, please? So on the channel, I do a pretty long step-by-step in terms of like going through the process of what I did once I picked my theme, and actually going through like kind of the back end and actually doing it step by step. Um, so there's a lot to show, and I know the screen on the iPhone here is like really small, so it's not going to do it justice to kind of show you guys because I'm gonna have to keep flipping it around. But if you want to check out that video, we'll get a link for that. We'll post it down. Um, so hey, Big Fish, just to let you know, everything on the channel is free. So there's no paid ads. I talk about everything organic, organic traffic, organic everything. So I like to do everything, give examples, all the tutorials and everything is all free tools. Occasionally you're going to run across something that costs money, like, Canva Pro versus Canva Free. But none of the stuff that I teach on this channel absolutely requires you to spend money. Except, obviously if you're going to host a blog, there's no way you can get away with totally free. But you know, the majority of it is all free. So yeah, thanks for popping in. And definitely if you want to hang out and be a part of the community, definitely think about subscribing. That would be awesome. So here's the rest of the themes. What I like to do is go through, and I made my categories or my header menu like super easy, very simple, and then added this search feature so you can type in really any keywords on the thing. So let's see, let's do, if we did something like flashlight. I think I have something about flashlight, and then what it'll do is it'll show up all of your blog articles here that have the word flashlight or flash in the title, and then if you do show more, it's going to show up, and then it'll actually go through and it gives you an example of an article because it's sorting, it's going through and searching. So awesome, thank you, Sweetums, I appreciate it very much. So that link that Sweetums posted, if you guys want to check that out, that's specifically for Ghost, what we're talking about right now. So it may not be exactly word for word or scene for scene if you're doing it through hosting or Bluehost or you know Wix or Squarespace, any of those other ones. It's going to be probably fairly similar, but just a disclaimer, all the videos on the channel are about Ghost hosting. Sorry, my voice is going out, so I'm going to get some water here. So yeah, so I like just adding images in here and trying to make this a little more engaging. So like, somebody can click this and then take a look at that or whatever, and then just scroll down. And so this was kind of what I did before affiliate marketing, before YouTube, was this blog. So that was kind of my thing. It was like for the last year and a half, 2 years, give or take, was kind of the way that I made money and started affiliate marketing actually with the blog. So that was kind of my introduction, was to affiliate marketing. So yeah. So is there a way to encourage people to share your content? I think the best thing you could probably do is, to be honest, is make it as authentic and real and, you know, simple in a sense as possible. And I think if it's engaging and it's providing value, people are just naturally going to want to share it and get it out there. I think there's nothing really off the top of my head that you can really do like without kind of coming across as like spammy. Um, it's really just create good quality content, and then eventually people will find they'll find your content, your blog articles, or your social media, that kind of thing, and they will actually go through and they'll want to share and they'll want to like backlink to you to like an article. Um, So I think sharing your own content on different social media, getting the word out there, spreading it out, and just putting the word out there, I think is probably the best way that you can have people just naturally want to share. Because if if people see that you get excited about your content and they like it, then I think they're going to be more prone to share it if uh, if they relate it, if they relate to it, or if they're if it's something that they enjoy, that kind of thing, or if they're getting value out of, then I think it's a win-win, like, all around. So okay, oh, I'm just checking this real quick. Okay. Let me go back over here. Okay. All right, Big Fish, how long did it take to launch your blog? And then how long did it take until you started getting real traction? Do you think AI is going to change ability to affiliate marketing? Is going to change the ability to do affiliate marketing? Okay, so let me break this down. So, how long did it take me to launch my blog? So, from the time that I signed up with Ghost, it was probably June of 22, I think, give or take. And then I launched it. It took me about a month, I think, because I really had no experience. So it took me about a month to kind of get the format down, the logo. I created the logo, get all that stuff done, get the actual format of the blog itself. So it took me about a month after I bought or paid for Ghost. It took me about a month to design it and kind of get everything in place. Um, and then to get real traction, I would say it it was probably to start getting like consistent sales from like affiliate marketing. To be completely honest, it would probably took me about between, I would say, 8 to 10 months. Um, so that's something that is going to be different for everybody, depending on what your niche is and depending on how you write articles, how you design them, how you keep everything. Everything that goes into it. I think it's it's it's. I mean, it's a great question, but I think it's really kind of like it's dependent upon each individual person. How hard obviously you're going to work and how much effort you put into it, that kind of thing. Um, so the other part of that was, do you think AI is going to change the ability to affiliate marketing? I don't. I think affiliate marketing is here to stay, because there's always going to be companies and brands that have products and software and something that they're going to want to get the word out about. And, you know, they're going to pay, it's cheaper for them to pay a little bit of a commission to somebody like you and I, affiliate marketers, rather than having to pay employees to like actually to build a bigger team of like marketing, that kind of thing. Um, yeah, for sure. Kusasi's right. People are shopping all the time, and that's why it's good for Amazon, because people are already on Amazon. That's why I like to recommend Amazon affiliate marketing, because um, if you find the product on Amazon and you can promote it, then people are there already on Amazon. So I think that's really like a win-win situation. And there's millions and millions and millions of products on Amazon, so you don't really have to like go searching for anything. So I don't think AI is gonna, come in and destroy affiliate marketing or even change the ability to whether or not it would be feasible or not. I think affiliate marketing is always going to be out there. It's just a matter of the strategy that you choose and maybe the method, how quickly you can pivot, that kind of thing. So if you can pivot and learn new skills and learn new techniques and methods, then I think you're going to be just fine for sure. Yeah, those are great questions. Hey everybody, thanks for stopping in. Really appreciate it. Got 28 people in here. Feel free to ask any questions you guys about affiliate marketing, making money online, blogging, that kind of thing. Anything. There's no stupid questions. I'll answer as best I possibly can, or give you guys a real world like experience that I have. So, and let me know if there's something that you want me to show or demonstrate. That's a great way to put it, Sweetums. Absolutely. Yeah, that's part of the thing too is I think mindset is such a powerful thing because if you sorry, if you if you go into it being negative and you're always kind of like the Debbie Downer type situation to where you're like, oh well, I don't know, I'm never going to be able to do this. Um, I don't have the skills, I don't have the time, I don't have the time to learn any of this stuff. I think you're already kind of defeating yourself without actually trying. So, mindset going into it is always something that I think is number one before even learning skills. So, if you have the right mindset and you actually know going in that you're going to want to, you have to make sure that you're in it, A, for the long haul, because there's never such a thing as like a get rich quick, um, except for the lottery, that kind of thing. So it's definitely something where I think you go in with the right mindset and you're focused and you can, like Sweetum said, you put your head down, you grind, and you learn. As long as you learn something a little bit each day, I think you're going to be good to go. So it's all about making sure that you keep making baby steps towards like your progress. So yeah, I mean, I think it's if you do put consistent effort in there and you do make it a point to learn and to really want to get better and grow, then I think there's no stopping any of us, anybody. So you just want to make sure that you don't give up because there's going to be ups and downs and hills and valleys and you're going to see success, but then you're also going to see a lot of failure. There's a lot of failure. And most likely there's going to be a lot of failure before you see any success. But you have to learn because it's not always easy. It doesn't come always easy. You have to learn how to push through. You got to push through, keep going. And as long as you push through, you're going to be fine. But it's fun. It's so much fun. So you stick with Amazon or do you also use other sites? Also, do you use Facebook groups or whatever? Thanks for saying how long it took you to start making money because I think I quit too soon sometimes. Yeah, no worries. I mean, I'm all about trying to be as transparent as possible. I mean, I always appreciate when I watch other content creators. You can kind of tell when they're kind of like bluffing or they're kind of like, maybe not being so truthful. So I always say exactly how it went for me and all the proof and everything is in the videos. So there's no fake results, that kind of thing. So I do actually branch out to more than just Amazon as far as like affiliate marketing goes. Um, so what I'll do is I'll primarily get the affiliate links from Amazon or like ClickBank or like Digistore. One of those websites, I will get the affiliate link from there. And it really is going to depend on what the product is as to how you're going to actually promote it, but also at the same time, choosing your method, how you market it. So are you going to market it like to a certain demographic of people like that perhaps only use Facebook, that kind of thing, maybe like kind of like maybe an older generation, that type thing. I think there's a multi kind of faceted answer as far as multi-layered answer, that kind of thing. um, but I do use Facebook groups. I've used Reddit. That was a mistake because I was at the time when I was just starting out, I like committed the number one sin, which was spamming. Don't spam. I mean, so and nobody's gonna click your links anyway if you spam because they're gonna be like, well, what is this? This is crap. So definitely spamming is something that maybe you kind of try in the beginning because you think that might work, but to be completely honest, it doesn't work Nobody wants to see it. And it's wasting your time and it's wasting other people's time too, you know? Okay, so you have a specific niche. No worries. I was thinking camping just because I live in Oregon and have an aggressive dog support group, and I could probably leverage that. But I feel like anyway. Yeah, no, I mean, I think you're definitely thinking along the right lines. So I hear you. So I'm in Colorado, so I totally understand the camping, the woods, the outdoors, all that kind of stuff. So that is a perfect niche, a perfect place to start. Yeah, probably leverage, but I feel yeah, no, and I think yeah, Kusasi is right. If you're selling a solution to whatever the problem is, as simple or as basic as you might think it is, if you're selling the solution, um, like for example, I did this article this one time. It was really geared towards hiking, um, kind of outdoors, survivalist type thing, and basically I did a product review on like a life straw, and yeah, so I did the product review like on a life straw, and that went over well. I mean, you got to really know who the group is that you're targeting. So you definitely like in the description that you mentioned, aggressive dog support. Okay, so uh, you really wouldn't want to target or like promote products about the outdoors or camping niche to like an aggressive dog support kind of group, you know, because those are kind of like two totally different things. But if you went maybe you could find things like for example on Amazon that you could help with the aggressive dog type situation, like maybe some calming treats or maybe like a thunder jacket, you know, something you can put on. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I got you. Yep, yep, I was just kind of trying to explain like, you know, to not mix those or whatever, but yeah. So I think those are both great niches in themselves. And to be honest, there's plenty of, you know, resources and support for both, no matter which one you choose. And to be honest, there's nothing wrong with like choosing both, right? So, I mean, I would say, are you thinking about like a blog or a website as your like vehicle, or are you thinking about like social media or both? Just to kind of, it's going to depend on how you actually like promote, you know, or what resources you use to promote. Because it's going to be slightly different if you're on like a blog or a website promoting stuff versus if you're on like social media. The method and kind of the strategies that you would promote is going to be different. Yeah, no, but those are really great questions. I like being able to do like the kind of like the live interact because it kind of helps like whatever question or whatever thing that you're thinking of in like personally, you know that that's going to help somebody else even if they don't have the exact same question. It's going to kind of maybe spark something for somebody. That's true. Unless you bring your dog camping. That's absolutely true. So, and the cool thing about both of those niches that you're talking about, Big Fish, is they both have very passionate followings or communities surrounding them. Like I know firsthand that any type of dog support group is very passionate, and the passionate people are the ones that you wouldn't traditionally have to sell to, or it wouldn't be that as difficult to kind of sell to those people because they're already passionate, you know. I have a YouTube channel that's true crime with over 1K, and my dog Facebook group has 6K. So I feel like I should use that. Okay. So are you, and I'm just trying to talk this out with you. So, okay. So you have YouTube channel with true crime, 1,000. Got it. And then your dog Facebook group has 6,000. So if you're just going strictly on volume, um, I think the easy answer for you would be to do the dog Facebook group, just in a sense that you know for sure that there's super passionate people. And I mean, Facebook is pretty easy to promote affiliate links. You just have to kind of do it in the right way. Um, and your YouTube channel, true crime. I love true crime, by the way. Um, it's incredibly fascinating, and just I'm definitely one of those lovers of true crime for sure. And there's nothing wrong with. I mean, you can promote affiliate links in your YouTube channel also. So you might have to get a little creative with how you kind of promote or what products you promote, and you could put them in the description. But excuse me. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, Chromiumi. You could definitely pull your group, especially if you have, excuse me, especially if you have like firsthand experience with some of these products that you want to promote. Then you can give your real life like kind of experience and assessment. And I don't think there's anything greater than that as far as like getting somebody to kind of like sell somebody, because if you're like, hey, I use this and this product does XYZ or it solves XYZ problem, I mean, seriously, that's you can't expect anything greater than that. I mean, that's awesome. Yeah, seriously, right? I mean, yep. Yeah, I'm gonna post it. I'm just kidding. I'll post it in the chat. Yeah, no, it's nice. What is this? I don't even know. Reduce. So the brand is Reduce. I'm not even sure. I promise this is not an affiliate spot. It's not a promo, but yeah, no, and it keeps everything pretty cold, so that's cool. So, Big Fish, have you looked at different affiliate like marketplaces? Like, have you thought about kind of maybe what direction you want to go? So with the dog one, I don't want to give anyone bad info because they're so yeah. They're so vulnerable already. No, I couldn't agree with you more. You know what you can do is like honestly, you can kind of approach it like put a disclaimer in there like, hey, here's a disclaimer. All of the things that I'm saying or the what I'm trying to say is my opinion. It's not meant to take as, you know, I don't want to say legal or medical advice, but if you put a disclaimer in there and you basically make it so, you can't be held liable kind of for, I know that they're vulnerable and it's kind of one of those situations where I understand you don't want to give them the wrong info, but as long as you do your due diligence and you're looking around and you just you're trying to be as honest and transparent as possible. So, and it could be something to where you kind of preface it like, this worked for my dog, but there's no guarantee it's going to work for your dog kind of thing, but maybe potentially try it. If you don't like it or if it doesn't work, you can always return it. You can kind of maybe kind of approach it on that angle too, because that way people feel like there's an out and that it's not something to where um, they feel like they're stuck. So that's also a way you can approach it too. That may not be a bad idea. That way you can kind of have like, something where you're not kind of like totally locked in. Yeah, but I would say, to be completely honest, like for both of your, so your Facebook group is 6,000 and your YouTube channel is 1,000, you could easily apply and get accepted for Amazon Associates right now in this moment if you haven't already applied. And the cool thing is, like, maybe you apply with the one that has more. Not to say that you couldn't get approved individually, but once you get in and you get approved, excuse me, then you can add all um, your other platforms. So your other URLs. So say like you apply with your Facebook group that has 30 people, sorry, 30, that has 6,000 members. Um, so apply with that one. Once you get in, then you can go into Amazon Associates, the little dashboard, and then you can actually edit and you can add more URLs and more links to the Amazon Associates. So what that does is not only is that going to protect yourself and telling Amazon, like, hey, I'm going to promote affiliate links on Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, Nextdoor, Pinterest, whatever. So you want to make sure that you list everything. So you don't want to, if you think you're going to promote affiliate links on one platform, even if you don't right away, I would highly recommend putting it in there and just listing it. So it's under, so you're on the up and up with Amazon as far as like the terms and conditions. Yeah, no, I totally understand. I mean, brain is going in different ways. There's nothing wrong with that, right? I mean, you might wake up on a Monday and say, I have a cool idea for this, or I think this avenue or this method might work. But then you wake up on Tuesday, you're like, ah, screw that. It's not going to work. I want to try this. And that's kind of part of affiliate marketing too, is like you got to remember it's all about testing, testing different methods, testing different approaches, that kind of thing. And I would always have, and there's definitely nothing that says, you could only be tied to one affiliate marketplace. I mean, Amazon is just the beginning, it's just the start of the affiliate marketplaces. So I would highly recommend starting with Amazon and then kind of branching out. And who knows? I mean, I'm sure PetSmart, Petco, Chewy, I'm sure a lot of those places have affiliate programs too that you may not think to be a part of, So you definitely want to check, like if you go to the bottom of the page, you can search for like affiliate program or like referral program, and they should be able to tell you if they do. And that would kind of be more like niche down to like products just for pets kind of thing. So, oh, cool. Yeah, bestseller book, Positive Training for Aggressive and Reactive Dogs, 500. That's awesome. Yeah, that's the thing too, is like it doesn't always have to be products like Kusasi mentioned. It could be books or education or material or literature. Yeah. Yep. So how do you test? So what that would look like would be testing different products that you're promoting, meaning like maybe take like something like a thunder jacket or thunder coat and kind of put that out there, give it a couple of days, see if anybody bites, see if you have any link clicks in Amazon. If that doesn't work, maybe move to something like pet chews or like, you know, anxiety kind of thing, like an anxiety, not necessarily medicine, but some kind of like gummies or like whatever they chew on, like kind of like a soft dog bone or something. Yep, absolutely. You're welcome for sure. So we definitely have I've been working on a video here, should be coming out hopefully soon, about the top 5 ways that people get banned on Amazon Associates. So definitely stuff that you want to make sure that you're not doing. And it's difficult to kind of like go through it real quick because it's really like a show and kind of thing. I'll just save that for the video that I have coming out, but um, definitely for sure stay tuned if you want to check that out. So that's cool. PetSmart does have an affiliate program. That's awesome. Yep. So you would test different products within your niche, and what you can do is you don't really want to go scattered. Like as long as it's in the same niche, I think it's okay. So for example, like the thunder shirt or whatever, or like maybe the chewables that's kind of helps them relax. I wouldn't probably go directly to like dog food to like medicine. I mean, medicine is super touchy. You definitely don't want to like touch that with a 10-foot pole, only because you definitely don't want to be giving out medical advice. You leave that to the vets and the medical professionals, so I wouldn't even entertain that, any kind of medicine or gummy or anything like that. I mean, unless you have like a really, really heavy disclaimer on there that says you are not responsible if something happens to your dog, kind of thing. I think it's easy to kind of forget that people might take what you say as gold because they're desperate for a solution. But you have to remember, whether it's a blog, website, social media, you want to definitely put disclaimers in there for like, I'm not a professional, I'm not an expert, I know some of these products, my dogs have used them kind of thing. So you definitely want to kind of use that angle, and don't back yourself into a corner where you get held some kind of like legally responsible for something that happens to somebody's animal. So a lot of it's common sense. I mean, we can go back to, our friend ChatGPT to come up with some disclaimers, but I definitely would think about that when you're promoting products too. So a lot of it is common sense, really just kind of making sure that what you're saying and what you're doing is stuff that's, legitimate, and you definitely want to kind of have somebody do a run for their money. Sweet. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, big fish. That means a lot. Thank you. Yeah, so hopefully that video will be coming out, I'd say within the next like 2 weeks or so. Um, so yeah, it's gonna be just a long form video, like, hopefully a shorter long form video. So yeah, definitely. We try to do these lives like once a week, and we just kind of break it up into different like topics and stuff. So for sure. Yeah, we definitely love to have you back if you want to kind of keep an eye out for the next live. So plus it's cool being able to talk live. Or what you can do is, yeah, kind of going off of what Qmo suggested. Um, have you ever, let's see, Qmo said you could definitely recommend within the group, or you can ask what they recommend. Yeah, I think that's a great strategy too, because you could say, what products have you used? That kind of thing. Or what kind of products has your audience or your community used? And that way you can kind of get a sense of, is it more, type like calming anxiety stuff, or is it more like, maybe a smell or like a scent in the air, something you plug in. I know that's something that's like for cats. I'm not sure if it works for dogs too, but also like maybe like some kind of like diffuser or like essential oil type thing. That may also be an option. Um, have you ever used Poe for AI? It's the best app. You know what? I haven't. I've actually never heard of it before. What does it do? Yeah, I'm super curious. I love learning about new tools. So, yeah, Kumo, that is invaluable. Great resource for social proof like testimonials and reviews. That's invaluable because it's true when you go to something like Amazon, you see tens or hundreds of thousands of reviews and like 4.5 or greater stars. I mean, I think you're like, yeah, that's cool. I mean, that's good. You tend to trust like that product because you see, well, if 100,000 other people liked it, they're not just gonna, crap all over this. So yeah, no, the power of testimonials and reviews I think is incredibly understated in terms of like not just affiliate marketing, but like online marketing as a whole. It has like individual AI, so one is law bought and it's totally free. Oh, cool. So what does it actually do? So what is Poe AI? I guess kind of what's like some of the main features? That's another thing. As you're saying this out loud, Big Fish, like as you're typing it, that's another thing to think about. So like I know, your niche isn't necessarily like AI software, but like think about, affiliate marketing when it comes to like a software too. Because usually softwares have like a monthly recurring type model. So in terms of like paying model, so that's also something to think about because you theoretically you could get a reoccurring charge from like a customer if they do, or a commission if you have a customer that pays, and they have like a reoccurring payment. So that's also something. So Yeah, I love that idea, Sweetums. Great idea. I'm gonna write that one down. Yeah, thank you for suggesting that. I really appreciate it. Just wanted to give a shout out to everybody in here. Thank you guys so much. We got 32 people in here. We're talking about affiliate marketing, all things affiliate marketing, blogging, graphic design, making money online with a full-time job. So yeah, if you want to hang around, stick around. Definitely catch one of our lives. We'd love for the thumbs up, and I already lost like what is that, 10 people? That's all right. That's all good. You know, you make your pitch real quick and then people leave. Yeah, no, that's all right. Big Fish, thank you so much for joining. Seriously, I genuinely appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for subscribing, for the support. It really means a lot to me. Thank you. I'll definitely see you in the next one, okay? For sure. Come back. We'll have some fun again. That's cool. It's always so cool to be able to like, you know, pick somebody's brain about like not just what niche, but kind of like help walk. Awesome. Thank you. Help walk somebody through, you know, kind of maybe, you know, as far as like the thought process, you know, because sometimes that's the hardest thing is things that you don't really know, you don't think about, you know, you don't think about maybe trying to use this avenue for XYZ or that kind of thing. So, um, yeah. And the cool thing about like, just for all you guys that are here, like all the lives, I always leave them up, excuse me, for the replay. So if you miss anything, if you miss the first, you know, how long have you been on here? Like 7, 8, 9, 10, almost 3 hours. If you miss the first part, you can always go back and rewatch the replay. So definitely for sure, leave these up. So yeah, if there's ever any topics that you guys are on here and you want to hear us talk about or discuss, I mean, please feel free to either drop it in the chat or you can post it on a comment on any video. Yeah, thank you, Sweetums. I know the beginning of this, we kind of had this little like this little kind of structure, and you know what? It's all good. Let's go back to that. Okay, so in the very beginning, you know, the whole live stream we're talking about how to generate free traffic online, and it was such a cool rabbit hole that we went down. But anyway, we're gonna try to get back on track. For everybody who's still here, we appreciate it. Okay, so the last thing we talked about was, let's see, creating quality content. Um, so okay, so that's tip number 2, creating quality content. Real quick, just a recap: regularly publish information, make it engaging, high quality blog posts, articles, or videos that provide value to your audience. So that's kind of where we left off. Okay, perfect. All right, so number 3, and I know some of these things we've kind of touched on a little bit here and there, but so number 3 on how to generate free traffic online is leveraging social media platforms. And I know we've kind of talked about that a little bit. Um, I'm gonna actually I'm gonna flip over to this other tripod real quick because it's a little taller and yeah, I think it might be a little clearer. That way you guys don't have to see my neck. Okay, there we go. All right, so leveraging social media platforms. So what does that mean exactly? So it's pretty simple. So you're gonna share your content on social media, um, you know, platforms like Facebook, X, Pinterest, Instagram, you know, the whole gamut, and engage with your audience. So most importantly, by responding to comments and messages. So I think the biggest takeaway that you can get from actually leveraging social media is interacting. So whether it be you're starting out with a certain social media account, um, or like a blog article, and you allow people to leave comments, that kind of thing. Um, there's something to be said about the engagement and actually talking to people and being real, being human, and knowing that there's somebody on the other side. There's somebody on the other side of the computer and not just, some random person just like typing, like a robot. So I think that human connection, the human interaction, I think is incredibly important. And I think it's a very valuable for to help you grow and to help you scale in terms of not only just your business, but also your personal brand. So you want to make sure that, you have everything be consistent. We talked about optimizing for SEO. We talked about creating quality content. So, um, leveraging social media platforms, I think is just another kind of spoke. Like, if you think about the wheel, we talked about content pillars before. So if you think about the wheel, these are all just different little kind of sub techniques and methods that you can use. And everything is free, right? So this whole thing is free. Everything we're talking about is free. I love sharing the free stuff because when you're just starting out and you have no money, the chances are pretty high that you have no money to start and you don't know what to do or where to go. So nobody wants to spend money on top of all that, right? So um, I'm gonna pause for a quick sec. Do you guys have any questions? I may have any questions about um, leveraging social media and just kind of that, like in a nutshell. I get this a lot, Chromiomi. So that's perfect. Okay, so the question is, how much time on average do you spend making content versus interacting with your audience through comments and socials? So I would say the vast majority of the time, making content, sorry, would be, if we had to separate it into 100% of the time, I would say making content is probably 70 to 80% of the time. And then interacting and engaging with the audience, or the community through like comments and people leaving comments on YouTube videos or on the various social medias, I would say is about 20% of the time. So I think right now at this stage that I'm in, it's more about creating the content and trying to keep up with it. So making the YouTube videos, editing, doing all that stuff, and then on top of that, I'm also trying to be a lot more active on like Instagram and Pinterest. So yep. So I would say um, probably more fun. I think they're both fun. More work is definitely the content creation side because you have to kind of get those creative juices flowing and get everything going in your head. And you have to, you can't really put out repetitive content. I mean, it has to be something new and fresh. So I think fun would be probably creating the content is hard work and it's can be frustrating, but also at the same time fun because I really enjoy the video editing and kind of come up with the ideas. But finding the time to shoot and film and do all that and edit is definitely takes a lot of time as well. But I really enjoy responding to comments and not just on YouTube videos, but within other social media. So I think I respond within a day or two max to every comment on every YouTube video. So definitely, if you're out there and you're watching and you leave a comment, I will absolutely get back to you within a day or two for sure. So um, you can leave any kind of questions, anything you want, and I'll answer as best I can. And if I don't know the answer, I'll try to guide you um, where I can. So yeah, that was a good one because I like both of those both of those questions. So I think it's all fun. It just depends on like really kind of how much time you can carve out with whatever your kind of current lifestyle is or your professional career type situation, whatever that is, wherever that looks like for you as an individual. I think if you want it bad enough, you'll figure out a way to make it work. There's going to be sacrifices that you have to make. You're going to have to, maybe sleep a little bit less, get up a little bit earlier, that kind of thing. Carve out some space and some time for you. If you want to be successful, you're going to make it work no matter what, right? So that's kind of the gist. Um, So actually, right now, the question is, do you ever use social media scheduling tools to optimize your post times or anything? So I got to be honest, right now I don't. I know that there's a bunch of features. There's a feature in Canva that allows you to do scheduling your social media posts. I the time that it takes me to create um, the actual content or the post or that kind of thing um, is not as quite on a schedule that I like it to be, and it's not very like consistent, like as far as like from day to day. So like I actually do everything manually. I don't use any tools to automate it. I know that I should because I have them right at my fingertips, but I really should kind of dig in a little bit more and get a full understanding of how you actually post and how you schedule it, specifically through Canva. I mean, so I'm paying $119 a year for Canva Pro, and it's worth every penny, by the way. So if you guys are ever wondering if, I mean, you can absolutely do it with Canva free for sure. But if you want that extra kind of step up and some of those extra features, I think, in my opinion, Canva Pro pays for itself day after day after day. I use it every day, all day. So in that sense, I'm definitely not taking full advantage of what I could with these tools, but definitely, yeah. So right now I'm just doing everything manually, which is fine. I mean, it works. It just kind of fitting into the schedule is a little more difficult. So, yep, I love that video idea for testing scheduled scheduling tools. I will write that one down. Thank you, Sweetums. Yeah, I think that would be really neat to see and be able to kind of see through. That would be a great tutorial as far as like being able to see that in action. So, have you ever repurposed old content for new posts? And or do you have to come up with new stuff all the time? So I've thought about it a lot actually when I don't feel like I have a ton of time to do this or to do that. But to be honest, I actually have never repurposed old content. Everything is new, everything is fresh. Whether it be on YouTube, whether it be on across the social media platforms. The topic itself might be similar. Like affiliate marketing or blogging or that kind of thing, but there's definitely no repeated content on any of the stuff that I do, especially YouTube. So everything is new and fresh. Maybe just a different technique or a different method or a different path on how to get to the same place, but just trying to open up the mind and kind of get some of the wheels turning a little bit, I think is the best way to, because you can talk about the same basic thing like 5, 10 different ways, and you can create, different content. So yeah, definitely, that was a good one. Okay. I'm gonna step out real quick. I need to grab some more water. So, um, if you guys wouldn't mind, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna step out real quick. I'm back. Sorry for that delay, everybody. Okay, let's see. Just checking the chat, just following up. Thank you. Yeah, that's cool. Did you guys like the lights? These are Govee TV bar lights. Hey Kusazi, yep, what's your question? No problem. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Okay. Sometimes I just don't have the time or motivation to be consistent. If your numbers fall, is there a strategy to recover from a decline in traffic? So I would say, um, yeah. So I think it's one of those things where if you do kind of have a little bit of time and you neglect, posting that kind of thing, um, I think it's almost kind of like, an ebb and flow kind of thing. So really the best advice for that would just be kind of get back on the wagon, so to speak, and just keep doing what you're doing. And just keep getting back to a consistent posting schedule. And, as long as you're not out and you're kind of away for like, excuse me, like, a month, 2 months, excuse me, you should be fine. But if you're, if you're talking about like, if you're not posting for like 4 or 6 months, then you could probably, take some pretty serious hit as far as like the progress that you made. Um, okay. Yeah, no, and the cool part about like, social media is that since it's around and it's not going anywhere, I mean, it's there. So it's, it's permanently there, right? So I mean, your stuff is always going to be stuff, meaning like your posts or your social media, um, whatever you create, your content is always going to be there. So you don't have to worry about it like going away necessarily. It's more along the lines of when you're creating new content, you want to make sure that you try to stay as consistent as possible. And to be honest, like, I don't know anybody that could really like produce content every day that doesn't have a team, so if you're just like an individual, kind of like a solo content creator, um, it's very difficult to stay on top of things sometimes. And, it's okay to feel like flustered and feel overwhelmed. And I mean, I'm my own person. I don't have a team or anything. So I do everything myself. So I'm not like the most super consistent. I try to do now like at least a live stream a week. And at one point in time, I was doing a live, not a live, but a long form video like once a week. But as far as like the topics and everything, um, just to keep getting like staying fresh and everything, it wasn't like I couldn't keep up with it, as far as like publishing a long form video a week. But that's something that I think definitely you need to try to be consistent no matter what content you're producing, whether it be, posting blog articles or, you know, posting pins on Pinterest or Facebook posts, that kind of thing. So try to be as consistent as humanly possible, but there's no like official like rule book or like, something that's set in stone, just try to do as best you can. And I think you'll be able to recover as long as there's not too much time that goes in between. Um, you kind of trying to figure things out. If you're neglecting it for a little bit, I don't think it's the end of the world. So, how you guys doing out there? Anybody else have any other questions? Remember, there's no such thing as a bad question, stupid question. Um, and if you don't want to ask it here on the live chat, you are always more than welcome to ask it in a video as a comment, and I'll get back to you within a day or two. Or you can hit me up on social media over on Instagram. You can feel free to reach out to me that way too. Okay, so moving right along. So we're up here on, we're on number 4. So, okay. Chromeomi says, have you ever used infographics for affiliate marketing? So actually, I haven't. I haven't really experimented with that, with infographics for affiliate marketing. I'm curious though now to kind of dive into that, to try to learn a little bit. Yeah, I'm curious, like kind of what, how we could kind of put that, how we can kind of make that work. But I definitely think that that's something that could absolutely be. No, you're good. Could that could absolutely be something that that works for sure. I would just have to dive in a little tiny bit more and kind of get like a full understanding. So, but no, that was a good question, Chromeomi. Okay, so point number 4. So how to generate free traffic online. Number 4 is guest blogging. So what does that mean exactly? So when you guest blog, you're basically writing a blog post for another reputable or well-respected blog, and you're basically doing a guest post that aligns in the same niche as you. So you include backlinks back to your website, like we kind of talked about earlier with the blog post, and you drive traffic from your site over to theirs and vice versa. So it's basically like you're kind of doing like a virtual handshake, like an understanding, like, hey, um, I'm gonna write about the same topic that's on your blog, just specifically for like blogging. I'm gonna write about the same, niche topic on your blog, and then I'm gonna backlink, which means putting in, the URLs, through text or through pictures, and just backlink to articles on your blog and vice versa. So both of you back and forth. So basically, what that does in the back end is it says, excuse me, there's a trust between the two, and not customers, but like people that are coming to read, or like viewers, they should be able to go back and forth and see that there's a connection between these two blogs. Sorry, I'm already like running out of water. My allergies is kicking in. So would you try to network with other bloggers in your niche? Yeah, I think that's a great way to do it. So there's no real like official way to do it, to kind of, yeah. So they are definitely your competition, but I think at the same time, there's nothing wrong with kind of reaching out and building that community and trying to connect. Because when you kind of think about it, at some point, somebody had to reach out to somebody like in the blog sphere, to say, hey, I like how you wrote something, or I like how you approached this particular topic, and I like to work together. It's basically like, you know, the version of like collaborating on YouTube with like content creators, but instead of that, you're like writing articles. So, yeah, that one's a tough one too, because usually I think, traditionally, if you have like a smaller, online presence, or like a smaller blog, smaller website, smaller social media following, I think people are like a little more reluctant to like kind of reach out to you, because they're like, well, what am I getting in return for this? I mean, this kind of partnership, what am I getting? Or what's a benefit for me? Let's just say like, you know, there's a, YouTuber that has like maybe 10, 20,000 followers or subscribers, and you have like two, three, four, 500. What is in it for them? I mean, so at some point, somebody's got to kind of give you a little, you know, throw you a bone, so to speak, and give you a little bit of, you know, a little leeway to just, kind of work together, that kind of thing. So I think at that point, it becomes more of a personal thing where like, can you relate to them, or can you connect on the same topic, the same love for the topic? So you just try to build up that community, that you have this, you're all talking about the same thing basically, but you do it in different ways, or you share different experiences. That's another way to kind of look at it. Like, hey, I can share this experience with you. I have these cool like photos and videos, and you know, if you want to check it out, then maybe I can put a guest spot on your blog, that kind of thing. So Yep. So the question is, would you tend to collab with someone with similar numbers? Yeah, I definitely think so. So I think that would probably be the easiest way to kind of get in without making it seem like you're trying to sell yourself to somebody to try to collab with them. If they had similar numbers, similar kind of audience, that kind of thing, and you guys were in a similar place in terms of, content wise and your community itself, I think you probably have a better shot with um, kind of collaborating with somebody who has either similar or maybe like slightly lower than you do. And at some point, you just got to give somebody a chance, or somebody's got to give you a chance to be able to reach out, that kind of thing. So, oh yeah, Sweetums, that would be a good idea for an infographic. Free downloadable PDF. Yeah, how to get started with affiliate marketing. Yeah, that's a great point. And that's the thing is, you could kind of use that as a vehicle to collect, email addresses. So that would be like a free downloadable, um, maybe a getting started with affiliate marketing guide, and then you could use that as like kind of like a twofold, because number one, you're sharing your information with somebody, but at the same time, you're in in exchange for the free information, you're collecting an email address, and eventually, as you build your list, then you can start promoting products through email, or if you have a course or something like that, you can start promoting like through like email marketing. So no, that's a great idea, and that's incredibly smart to start building that. So that's kind of like the next phase that I'm kind of, trying to get into, is like more of like the email marketing type thing. Yeah, I think so. I think that would be great. That's a good idea. So I definitely want to. I'm trying to work on getting, kind of more of like an online presence, like website wise. So I'm trying to figure out how I want to approach that and how I want to build it out, and what kind of content's going to be on there, because I definitely want to use that as a vehicle to reach more people, like for YouTube, and then some other social media, like Instagram, that kind of thing. So yeah, I think it's incredibly valuable, and it just, you can't lose with something like that. So it's definitely a way to kind of scale your, not just your online business, but scale your audience, grow your email list. And it doesn't even have to be all about like, hey, sell, 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 sell. I'm going to try to cram something down your throat. I mean, if people, if they have that, that like trust, the, what's it called? No like and trust factor. And they're like, you know what? I appreciate what you do. Um, then they're more willing to, kind of give you their email in exchange for some sort of free kind of brochure, ebook, or that kind of thing. So yeah, I definitely think if you trust somebody, or if you're getting valuable content from them, then that's the least you can do. As far as like saying, hey, we're on the same page, and I appreciate what you do. I appreciate the hard work and all that you put in. So no, definitely a great suggestion. So okay, so we've reached number 5 for how to generate free traffic online. And this one, 4 and 5 kind of go hand in hand. So 5 is collaborate with influencers. And this is, in my opinion, incredibly difficult, because it depends on, it's almost kind of like reaching in the dark and trying to figure out like, are they going to charge me a bazillion dollars to try to collaborate, that kind of thing. I mean, because depending on how big the influencer is and what that means, kind of like in your mind, and how they classify themselves as like the influencer, um, you're looking at, potentially thousands, if not more, dollars just to try to like collaborate. So, I know we all think of these kind of like big time celebrities when you think about, collaborations and influencers and that kind of thing. But there's definitely like micro and like nano influencers that have like, less than 10,000 followers, that still make an impact and still have that community sense, and they're trying to build that sense of, hey, this is a community, whether it be financial, making money online space, or whatever it is. Um, so it's always nice to be able to collaborate with somebody that's in the same niche, and you can share information, you can present it in a different way. and maybe it's a little more digestible to different people. Um, but yeah, I always like that is the idea of collaborating. It's just like, man, you got to find the right person to collab with. And so s- s- shameless plug. If anybody out there would ever love to do a collaboration, I'm totally open to it. Just hit me up on any of the socials, or drop a comment or anything. Get a hold of me. I would love to do a collab with anybody out there that's interested. Yeah, that's cool. Yep. Kimo says I've seen some influencers who will let you advertise if you give them super stickers or super chats. Yeah. Have you ever used social media analytics for generating traffic? Um, so really maybe not necessarily to like generate traffic per se, but I think more to understand like the demographic and where the traffic might be coming from as far as like external sources or different social media sites. So I would use like the data as a whole to kind of see, is it coming from a specific search term for like YouTube search term, or is it more from like an internal, like somebody who's already a subscriber of the channel, that kind of thing. So, but yeah, definitely. I mean, I think using analytics to your advantage and being able to realize how you can use them, excuse me, I think is an incredibly valuable skill for sure. Okay. All right. So we are coming up here on number 6, right? This is method or strategy number 6, and how to get free traffic or how to generate traffic online for free. Yeah. Maybe one day you can even offer exclusive content on your channel for members. I think that's a great point. I mean, I would love to get to that point to where I'm able to have, some sort of exclusive content, or one of my favorites is like members only live streams. So that's cool because that weeds out, some of the noise and some of the distractions that kind of come with the live stream. So you only have, I think that's so cool to be able to like do it just for like members, that kind of thing. So that is definitely on the radar for sure for the future. So yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're out there and you're watching this, you're listening, and you know anybody who might benefit from this content, for sure, definitely like, share the channel. I would greatly appreciate that. It definitely helps out a lot. So, um, yeah, that's definitely something for the future. Oh, thank you, Chromiomi. I appreciate it. So, okay, number 6, step number 6 is strategy number 6 is engage in online communities. So the cool thing about this is I think there's a fine line between engaging with different communities online and spamming the heck out of people. I think there's something to be said about sharing information, being genuine, and really trying to like, educate people and all that kind of thing versus like just throwing your affiliate links in all kinds of like cracks and crevices all over the internet, which I know people can see through anyway. So it's not like something to where people are just gonna like, oh yeah, I'm gonna click on whatever, I mean, you have to give people like a good reason to click these days, and without giving them like the benefit and giving them some real legitimate reason to click, I mean, people are gonna be like, oh, forget you, man. I'm not gonna click on this, whatever. You're trying to draw me into a rabbit hole. So here's a couple suggestions for engaging in online communities. Participate in forums. So this is kind of maybe a little in the past, like when kind of bulletin board and forums were a little more of a thing. Um, so forums, groups, and communities all related to your niche. And why that is important is because you want to start building that, that know, like, and trust factor within your niche, right? So you want to have a lot of people look to you as, ultimately like the authority on these different topics. So when they come to you, you want to actually have them feel like, all right, this is where I get my information from because I know this person, I trust him. Yep, I was about to I was about to say those forms, Chrome. Yep, that's awesome. You took it. that's the first one. So Reddit, Reddit's the first form. The second one is Quora. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with Quora. It's basically like a question and answer type form, or type website. You know, it's kind of similar in a sense, like if you think about breaking it down to Reddit, kind of. But it's just like Q&A, so answering questions. Um, and also, this next part kind of goes without saying, but providing helpful insights and linking back to your content when it's appropriate, because anytime you can get someone to backlink back to you, I think that's invaluable, and that's something that you can't. I mean, you can purchase and buy that kind of stuff, but it's just bad news when you try to buy it, versus like it being organic and something that's truly like authentic. So Quora is always the one that's, yep. Yeah, I think there's a lot of like, so Quora is cool in a sense, like, but I think there's a lot of, you got to kind of be careful. There's a lot of like, not safe for work kind of stuff or whatever kind of littered over some of these things. So you got to just, kind of use some common sense about some of these different sites you're going to. Um, so, but yeah, so that is step number 6. So I'm gonna pause for a second. Anybody have any questions out there, specifically about kind of what we're talking about? These steps or these strategies. Okay, no worries. All right, so we're gonna move on to strategy step number 7. So number 7 is, yep. So forms. So yep. Sorry, Kimo. So forms like Reddit. Really, it's just Reddit and Quora. So that's the other one, Reddit and Quora. Um, then it's basically just you have to make sure it's within your niche. So you're answering questions within your niche, and you're kind of building that. Yep. So groups, like you could even do like Facebook groups, that kind of thing. I think that kind of falls in line. That falls in the same kind of line with the forums. Yep. So Facebook groups, even like Nextdoor, that neighborhood social media platform, they have groups that you can join. Hey Ash, how you doing? Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate it. Thank you for being here. So, okay, so we're moving on to step 7. So step 7 is one of my favorites that I'm like super excited to learn, email marketing. So basically the gist of email marketing is pretty simple. So um, basically you're going to want to go through and you build an email list, and then you could send out things like newsletters. You can send out different little tidbits. Um, Thank you, Sweetums. So building the email list, you can send out different, like a newsletter with some, some different valuable content, some updates about what you're doing, what you're involved in. And also it's helpful to encourage subscribers to visit your website or your different social media platforms. So you want to really diversify whatever content you have online. Yep, appreciate it, Sweetums. Thank you. So email marketing is helpful because it's kind of like it's like a twofold. So not only are you building your email list, and from like an affiliate marketer standpoint, you can build a list so you target more people. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you're just going to like, beg people to click on your links. It's more of like growing your email list so you can share your information, share more giveaways, share more freebies, that kind of thing. And also build up that audience, right? You want to build up that rapport with your audience. So it's an additional way to really connect, kind of more of like a one-on-one type thing. Not through video, but through like an email, kind of like through writing, writing, that kind of thing. So in addition to collecting like an email address, then you can actually offer freebies like we talked about a little bit earlier. So whether it's like an ebook, whether it's a PDF, some kind of downloadable content, you want to provide value and give insight into what, if someone's going to give you their email address, you have to give in exchange some kind of valuable information. You can't just, you know, try to spam somebody. So um, that's the important thing, is to trying to figure out what could you give away as free that's valuable, but at the same time, also could solve a problem. When we talk about this, solving a problem for somebody or multiple people, you really want to sit there and think about how could you make somebody's life easier, or how could you introduce somebody to something that, a technique or a method, something that could make their lives a little bit easier. And I think once you can figure out how to do that, I think the rest is the rest is golden. I mean, then you really start understanding how online marketing works, and really getting into the mindset, the mind, and the true kind of um, you know, of the eye of the whoever the audience is. So the ideal viewer, ideal user, that kind of thing. So okay, so that's basically email marketing in a nutshell. So we're going to move on to step number 8. So step number 8 is utilize video marketing. So this one's cool because this is basically like if you're on YouTube, or if you're on Instagram, TikTok, that kind of thing, or even just like Facebook. I mean, chances are, if you have these social media platforms and you're already active and you're already creating content for these, then you're basically doing this. You're basically utilizing this video marketing. So you basically want to create these accounts, create these videos, and you can just share them on different social media platforms, um, like a YouTube or like a TikTok or Instagram, that kind of thing. And you want to optimize your videos not only for search, but you can also include links back either to your website, or you can link over to other social media. So, for example, if you were to post, create a short or, long form video on YouTube, then what you can do is you can go through and you could say, hey, do you want to check out my blog? And you put your blog in the description. So you're really kind of like backlinking to your different avenues. So every social media kind of platform that you have has like a link to, a brother or cousin, other social media sites. So it's all about like intertwining and interlinking all of your social media platforms. Because from the different various platforms, if they see that you're getting traffic, if traffic from YouTube is drawing you over to Facebook and then drawing you to Pinterest and then you go to a blog or website, I mean, that spiderweb type um, method where it's going back and forth, and you have things going all over the place, but everything is linking back to something that you created. That's probably the way that you can make the strongest case for your brand, for your online presence, and it's just a great overall strategy, I think, to continue to build your brand, that kind of thing. As long as it's recognizable and you start building up that reputation, then I think you're going to be good. So, and it doesn't matter how long it takes. This is definitely the slow kind of slow roll kind of thing. There's no such thing as like get rich quick, like we mentioned before, except for winning the lottery. That might be the only one. So, um, okay, so we're gonna move on here, and we're gonna talk about number 9. So number 9 on how to generate traffic, free traffic online, is to repurpose content. And I know what you're thinking. When you think about that, you're like, oh, repurpose, that means steal somebody's content. And that definitely is not what that means. So repurposing content basically means, turn your existing content into different formats. So, for example, if you have a blog article, maybe take an excerpt from that or a section and turn it into a PDF or an ebook, or maybe like a slideshow, PDF slideshow, that kind of thing. Some really crucial points, or like if you have a bullet point list, or something that you can actually take and you can actually make um, some sort of like kind of like what we were talking about before with the infographics. You can also do like slideshows. If you have like a podcast, you can kind of intertwine that and get the word out that way. Or like an ebook, you can create. I know there's a bunch of ebook templates in Canva that are free. Um, and this ultimately is to reach a broader audience. So this is something to where you want to, again, diversify all of your social media and spread your net as wide as you possibly can. And all these strategies, they're definitely going to take time for you to kind of figure out the best way, the best method, and what's going to work for you. So maybe all these don't work for you, but you can at least try some of them and see if they might work. And I think the best part about that is the testing and the experimenting is really what sets somebody apart that's going to succeed, that's not afraid to fail. So the more you test and the more you understand your target audience and your ideal viewer, like what they're looking for, who they are, what are their pain points, how can you solve like problems for them, I think then you're just going to be in a good spot. And the more that you can build that, I mean, that's like trust. You're just slowly building trust with the community and with people that are following you. So um, I think that once that trust gets built, then people are more prone to not just follow you, but also be in line with, your content, and then look forward to stuff that comes out. When you produce something new, they're going to be like, yeah, I want to check that out because, I can relate. And I love the last stuff that they did. And it was easy to follow, easy to digest, and it was super simple to follow. And that's kind of like what I've tried to pride myself on here is like trying to figure out the easiest way to produce content like with the video tutorials and to really show like an example, like if you're, sitting next to me, you're like looking over my shoulder to really kind of see how it's done, that kind of thing, because I think that's the best way that people, I mean, for me, that's the best way that I learn as far as being able to actually like see it, because I'm like super visual. So how about you guys out there? Like, do you have a specific learning style? Like, is it easier for you to listen to somebody talk about something rather than show it, as far as like the visual side? That's why I like when we do the visual side and we flip the camera around. It's a lot easier, I think, to kind of pay attention and to retain some of the information because you're actually seeing the clicking and all that around. Um, so yeah, I'm just curious what you guys think out there. So hey, Sweetums, welcome back. Yeah, I am too. I mean, I can digest information when it's told to me, but to really truly understand and be able to put it into action and actually have it make sense and to be able to teach it to somebody else, I think it has to be visual. And earlier we were doing some of those demonstrations through like Canva and um, doing it, talking about the blog and all that stuff. I mean, I think that's the best way to learn, to actually be able to see somebody go through it and be able to see it real time. Because that way you can not only can you hear it and try to understand it, but also if you're visualizing it and you can actually see it live in front of you, I think it's so much easier to follow. If you can actually see somebody doing it, especially if it's like step by step. So, okay, so moving right along with these steps, I'm gonna pause for a sec. Anybody out there have any other questions? And I really appreciate you guys hanging around. Um, I'm actually curious how late it is in certain places. So, yeah, here in the States, I'm in Colorado, and it's about 11:10 p.m. on Friday night. What about out there? Anybody out there? What is it for you guys out there? Anybody that wants to list? You don't have to say where you are, but just like what time or what day. I'm just curious, like you know, how wide or how far of an audience we have. Yeah, I think that's a great point, Humo. Is audiobooks, I think, kind of double. Hey Jennifer, how you doing? It's so good to see you again. Thank you so much for joining the live. Holy moly, it's 1 a.m. in Brazil. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is like super late for you. I really appreciate it though. Thank you for being here. It means a lot. That's so cool. Thank you for actually coming back. I remember you from a live that we did. Was it when was that? Last week, couple days ago? I can't remember. But thank you so much for coming back. I really appreciate that. Yeah, and I'm happy that you're here to hang out and get some more info. Definitely. Thank you. It means a lot. Thank you so much. So, okay, so moving right along. So the number 10 spot for how to generate free traffic online. And I know I'm probably butchering that saying every time, but yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah. So number 10 is optimize for mobile. So, and this kind of more pertains, I think, to like a website or a blog. So what the kind of key takeaway for this one is to ensure your website is mobile friendly, in order to like attract and retain like the mobile users, because now everything, a lot of people do things on their phones, on their tablets, that kind of thing. And I know people still do things on their computer or desktop, but mainly now it's on like the phone on mobile. So how would you be able to optimize for mobile? A couple things you could do is definitely your images and your videos. You want to make sure that they're optimized, as in like it's a smaller file size. So maybe instead of doing a PNG, you could think about going down to like a JPEG. That would be something that's super easy to optimize. Try not to have like too many videos embedded in your blog articles, because that can slow down the load speed. And as soon as if somebody tries to load your page and is sitting there and is thinking and thinking and thinking, that's definitely a red flag for these search engines like Google and Bing and Yahoo and stuff. So just keep that in the back of your mind. And Google does prioritize for sure mobile friendly sites, so that's just something to think about in the back of your mind. Yeah, that's right. Yep, you're right, Kimo. Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Sweetums. I'm taking note of all these, so I'll definitely go back and write these down, because these are all great suggestions. I love it when it kind of comes out organically. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get my voice back. I love it when it comes out look organically, and we just kind of all of a sudden like kind of think of like topics to like talk about. So, and obviously, anytime anybody has an idea out there or a thought, definitely, please feel free to share it. I would love to hear whatever you guys think. So, hey, fact detector. Um, I'm sorry. Can you be a little more specific in the question? Just kind of what you're inquiring about for me, please. Hey, Jennifer. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad this chat is helpful for you. I know it's definitely helpful for a lot of the others too. Yep. Yes. So JPEG definitely loads faster than PNG. So the kind of flip side of that, like the kind of give and take, is that the image quality on the PNG, excuse me, is going to be higher quality. But to be completely honest, as long as you're not doing anything too crazy with your blog or your website, um, I don't think a standard kind of run of the mill person would notice if you had all JPEGs versus PNGs, that kind of thing. But I think in terms of like page load speed, then definitely yes, JPEG definitely will load faster for sure. Yep. So you may want to try if you have a blog or a website, Jennifer, you may want to just kind of play around with that, like try to test it and see kind of what you think as far as like load speed goes. But I'm with you. If I go to a site and I'm like, this thing is taking forever, I want to fall asleep, then I will definitely bounce off. I will go off. So yep. Yeah, that is insane. 6 seconds is all it takes for someone to leave a website. That is pretty nuts. I mean, 6 seconds is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or maybe that's a little too fast, but still, I mean, that's not very much time at all for someone to just decide they don't want to be on the website because it's taking too long to load. Yep. So, hey, Factor Tech, are you still there? Just want to make sure you're still with us. Let me know if yeah, let me know if you're asking about how long it takes to make money. Just do me a favor. Can you just post a reply, or if that's accurate? I can definitely answer that. So the problem is that it's different for every person, for different for every platform, and it there's a lot that goes into it. So technically, if you sign up for Amazon Associates, um, and you happen to get lucky with social media, um, either a blog or other social media, you could potentially make money that same day that you sign up with affiliate marketing. It really depends on how big of an audience or following you have, and how quickly or do people trust you so they'll want to click on the link and then order something. So I would say the quickest way to make money with affiliate marketing, if you already have an established blog, website, or a social media following, is to join Amazon affiliates. So Amazon Associates program is their affiliate program. So if you join that, you can literally sign up like instantly and you get approved instantly. But the catch is, within 180 days, you need to make 3 qualifying sales, which is basically like you can't have friends or family or any other affiliates click the link. So it has to be basically a complete stranger. So if you have an audience, or like a good sized following, then and they kind of, you have that know, like, and trust factor with them, then it shouldn't be that big of a deal to try to get sales, if that was what the question was. Sure. Yeah, no problem, Chrome. Okay, so the minimums, so to be completely honest, I mean, and I like to say the disclaimer too. So this is not official. This isn't like anywhere on Amazon, or you know, these numbers are just kind of what I followed when I started, or what I suggest. So in the beginning, when I started the blog, I think it was 10 blog posts with, images, pictures, like frequent asked questions, all that thing. Like, put together the best blog posts I possibly could. So 10 blog posts is what I did. And then I applied for Amazon Associates. Um, and then I got approved right away. And then somehow I was able to actually get sales. So I don't know if I just had like a site or two, or I mean, a blog article or two that hit, on Google's, kind of like the search engine, but I was able to get the 3 sales within 180 days. Um, so I did have the social set up by then. So how many blog posts, how much social media following? So for social media following, I would say absolute minimum, probably 100 to 200 followers for social media following, just because I think that's kind of a basic beginner starter kind of like audience that you might potentially get some people to be able to like purchase off your links. But the cool thing, we always like to say, which is true on Amazon, is it doesn't matter if the person buys the actual product or not, that you're trying to promote. Really, anything that they have in their cart. Yep, yep, 3 sales within 180 days. Yep. So um, anything they have in their cart and they purchase within 24 hours, then you'll get a cut of, you'll get a commission of. So how hard is it to get 100 social media followers? So I think it really depends on what your niche is and what kind of content you're posting, and how frequent you. So I definitely don't want to say it's easy, like it can't happen overnight. I guess it's possible, but that's not very realistic or practical. I would say probably a couple months, depending on if you're posting consistently, maybe like a couple times a week, you're posting as, you know, like good quality, uh, pins or posts or whatever, as you possibly can. Because it's going to take some time for the algorithm to find you if you're a brand new account, if you don't have any following yet, or you don't have any connection, or the algorithm doesn't even know who you are. So aside from that, I mean, you can obviously ask friends and family to like go to your social media and like and subscribe and that kind of thing, which is good. I mean, it only goes so far. I mean, you really want to build that organic audience. So, yep. I know that might be single-handedly one of the things that drew me in to Amazon and has got its, hooks in me as far as why I recommend it all day every day is because of that 24-hour cookie. That is just such a cool thing to me. Oh yeah. That's pretty nuts, right? That's crazy. Yeah, I do remember that. That's bonkers. Seriously, it's like, okay, we got an instant following. Yep. So I think, part of it is not just the actual like the number itself, as far as like the amount of followers, but is it good quality? Is it high quality? Is it people that actually want to engage with you and actually want to listen to kind of what you have to say and give you a chance as far as the content that you produce and enjoy it. So it's more of like not just the number, but also like the engagement too, I think, as far as that goes. So if you have really good engagement and your numbers aren't quite 100, I think because you can always reapply, right? So you can reapply and you can always go through and reapply as much as you want. I probably wouldn't push my luck with reapplying like super frequently, but um, so yeah, that's a good question. So as far as I've come across, um, at least in the United States. Um, as far as I know, and don't 100% quote me on this, but I think that Amazon, at least for the big name affiliate marketplaces, Amazon is one of the only ones that uses a 24-hour cookie. Some of the other ones, I think, they don't tend to do that only because the amount or the list of products that they have is not as widespread, like in the millions as Amazon. Um, so if they have a smaller selection of products to promote, then their chances that the cookie is not 24 hours, because if they're giving you a greater payout, they want to try to shorten that span to basically try to make it so they don't have to pay you out if it's beyond that threshold. So you know what? I haven't actually looked into the PetSmart affiliate program before, just because, my niche is like making money online in financial space. I haven't looked really into the kind of the details of the PetSmart one, but um, I'm sure that because it's a big company, I'm sure that they have everything listed fairly kind of structured on their program. And it should tell you, I would think it would tell you about the cookie or how long the cookie duration is. Yep. What's a percentage and the percentage is usually higher with smaller companies, do you think? Yes. Yeah, definitely. And it depends on what it is. If it's a physical product versus a software product, usually the commissions are higher with software products, just because we kind of mentioned a little bit earlier that the software products tend to have more of a recurring billing, meaning like a customer will buy in January and then they get charged in February, March, April, May, and so forth. They get charged every month, or maybe they get charged yearly. It really depends on how the affiliate program is created by the brand itself. So there's a bunch of different options, and there's really no like one size fits all um, kind of explanation. But yeah, depending on the brand, they'll do it differently for the little kind of fine details that they have in the criteria for their own affiliate program. Okay, so the question is, would you diversify beyond Amazon if it makes sense for your niche, like Amazon? Yes, absolutely, 100%, 110%. If it does make sense for you and for your niche, and you feel confident you can get approved, like you build up that following and you have that experience, and you kind of know, you understand the psychology about the ideal viewer and how to address them and how to fix or resolve their problems. then I would say absolutely. Sorry. I would say absolutely, definitely, because you can think of it as basically like another stream of income. So Amazon really is like a starting point to kind of get into the affiliate marketing game. So, yeah, so sure. So the other big ones that I like to use, the next biggest one that I can think of is one called ClickBank. So it's ClickBank, ClickBank. And that's another one that has definitely not anywhere near as many products as Amazon, but it's a lot of digital stuff, a lot of weight loss, health and fitness, that kind of thing. So it's kind of catered more towards maybe like a handful of niches, even though they don't have their own products, but they kind of are a little more granular in the products that they tend to have on their marketplace. So ClickBank is one. Thank you, Sweetums. Hi, Encore. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for joining. I really appreciate it. So ClickBank, and then another one is Digistore. So Digi store, and I think it's 24.com. I think that's what it is. So Digistore is kind of like ClickBank, and that it's mostly digital products, but at the same time, um, the net is not as wide. The selection is not as wide, and the categories aren't as great, like aren't as many for Digistore. But that doesn't mean that the products are any less. You know what I mean? People still make, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, with the right strategy. And it's definitely not a one size fits all, but you can definitely make it work for sure. Yep. And then the final one I was going to talk about was share a sale. So it's just share and then a and then sale. Is another affiliate marketing marketplace. Sure. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm gonna leave Anchor. I'm gonna leave the live up once it's done, so you can feel free to watch the replay if you'd like. Um, yeah, definitely stick around, and if you have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. That would be great. Yep. Perfect. Thank you, Sweetums. All right, so we have 15 strategies on this list for how to generate traffic online for free. And we're coming to the end, so we're coming up on number 11. So okay, and we kind of talked about this a little bit before. So number 11 is implement internal linking. So what does that mean? Remember when we talked about internal linking on the blog, and basically just when you're in the blog and you link to another blog article, so through text and then a hyperlink. So basically that's internal linking from, a blog, one article to another, or you can link from like a blog site to like a social media account. If you have a post, if you post something on social media, you can link that back. So that's basically internal linking, like having all of your links be connected back and forth. So yep. So that's technique number 11. So number 12 is create shareable content. So basically what that means is that a strategy to keep the audience engaged for longer so you can increase the chances of them clicking a link? So it's actually, I think part of it, yes, part of it definitely, Kusasi is about that, trying to keep the audience or the community engaged in order to where they get something out of your um they get something out of your content or your article. It's almost kind of like um going down a rabbit hole, as far as, like on YouTube you can watch all these videos and then you go down a rabbit hole. It's kind of the same thing. It's kind of the same mindset. Like, you want to keep somebody on your blog, so you're going to go from article to article to article, and the longer they're on there, that looks better for all of the search engines and just you in general for building like a topical authority on certain topics. So yeah, definitely. So that's definitely one of the bonuses of um, keeping your audience engaged. Yep. Absolutely. And that there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That happens to a lot of us, all of us, I'm sure, like every day from time to time. So, yep, absolutely. So we're all on the same page with that. So, okay, so we're gonna move down to step number 12. So step 12 or strategy 12 is to create shareable content. So in a nutshell, what that means is when you're creating content on social media, you want to create it that's easily shareable. So on other social media platforms, so such as like a listicle article where you're kind of listing like different products and like a pros versus a cons, something that's very easy that people will share, like, basically a BuzzFeed type kind of mentality when you're thinking about what people share and what goes viral and what causes people to share things. Um, like quizzes are another great tool that you can create. I know you can create those in Canva. And also, like we mentioned, infographics. Sweetums mentioned that as well. So that's another option for shareable content. Anything that you can create that you think is very easy has an opportunity to actually be shared. So like any social media that you can share, like I know Facebook, you have a share button, and then like with Pinterest, you can pin or you can pin something to your board. That's another option. So it's really just a matter of the different ways that people share things and how that's kind of like it doubles as like an engagement. So the engagement factor also. Oh yeah. Yep. Those BuzzFeed lists, I swear, like those can be dangerous for sure. Cause you can just sit there and click next, 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 next. And you just go down this monster rabbit hole. Yep. Absolutely. Yep. Definitely. Thank you, Sweetums. I appreciate it. Yeah, infographics. That's definitely something I want to work on next for sure. And some of these things I definitely want to like take a moment to kind of get a full understanding before creating any content on it, just to make sure that I can explain it and actually take you guys through it step by step as easy as humanly possible. So that's kind of the approach that I want to take. Instead of just kind of fumbling through like together, I want to actually have a good understanding so we can all kind of learn together. So, yep, I feel you. I feel you on that, definitely. For sure, Chromie, homie. So, okay. So, strategy or technique number 13 is host webinars and live streams. So, this is obviously exactly like it sounds. So, this one is kind of has like a little asterisk next to it, only because, obviously, if you're doing a live stream, I guess technically you don't have to show your face, but, you got to kind of talk into a camera and you can like flip it the other way and, you don't have to show yourself. Um, yep, 13. Yeah. So that's also a way that, you can do it, but this one's kind of a specialized thing if you don't want to show your face on camera. If you're creating content and it's not like about you as an individual, or you're not the face, that kind of thing. So just hosting a webinar and a live stream are basically one and the same. Um, usually you conduct those to like engage with your audience and, in real time, which is why I absolutely love doing these live streams, is because we get to talk and interact live. And, sometimes things come up, people come in the chat, this and that, all things, live is live. So that's a cool part. You run out of water, you got to go to the bathroom, whatever it is. So yeah, I think they're really underrated. I think Sweetums is webinars and online classes because from a content creator perspective, I mean, it's nice that you just have to create it once, you perfect it, you tweak it, you kind of mold it into what you want one time, and then it can be viewed and replayed like video on demand. And just like almost like a streaming kind of service type thing where you have on demand video where you can just stream and you can send it out to the masses. So, and the same I think can be said for like, the ebook or, that kind of thing, or like downloadable content. So, same kind of premise, I think. So, oh, and also, I mean, it's important to, really to promote these events, whatever it is, promote it on your website, your social media, wherever you have an online presence. So you can really get the word out and you can spread the word out. And um, all of these things are free. I mean, I haven't read any of them that actually specifically mention that they cost money. So, which is cool. So, yep, absolutely. And that's a cool thing is like being able to learn from different people and getting different perspectives. I think is such a neat thing that I think it's something that often is underprivileged because people just assume that in order to get the latest and the greatest and the most, solid material or knowledge, you have to pay for it, which isn't true. I mean, there's tons and tons of free content out there that's floating around. You just have to kind of know where to look and kind of, even if you stumble upon it, I think um, it's something to where if you get help and you benefit from it and it's valuable, then that's a gold mine. You definitely want to hold on to that, whatever that means in your situation. So, thank you guys so much for being here. I just want to take a moment to say thank you again. And, if you're new here, please consider, hanging out with us again and subscribing if you're enjoying this live stream. And for sure, definitely hit the like button if you guys are liking this. We try to do these at least once a week. So you're always welcome to come back and hang out and have a good time. So, Um, okay, we got the final two coming up. So, number 14 is utilize local SEO. So, basically, you want to optimize your website for local search terms, basically keywords. And if you have a local business, um, this kind of doesn't necessarily pertain, but claim and optimize your Google business listing. So basically, what that means is make sure that you have your your business listed on Yelp and some of the other different platforms. If this is something that's more of like a local business versus like an online business, so that one doesn't pertain as much to what we're talking about, but it's still definitely an important factor to kind of to think about. When you're trying to generate some free traffic here. So. I'm gonna pause for a sec. Does anybody have any questions? Any other questions? I know we covered a lot over these last Sweetums. What do you think? Is it 4 hours that we've been on here? Yeah, if anybody has been on here for any amount of time, I just want to say thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We've genuinely enjoyed having you here and definitely hope you'll come back again and hang out for some more live streams for sure. So, okay, we're going to dive in to the final technique, the final step, and it's 11:39 here in Colorado in the United States, and I know in Brazil Jennifer's getting tired. It's already way past 1 a.m. So, um, okay, so the last step is analyze and improve. And what does that mean? So you can use tools like Google Analytics, you can use Pinterest trends to monitor your website traffic and your user behavior, get a full picture of the demographic, and really dive into what the data is telling you. And the reason that's so important is because I think a lot of that is overlooked. Like, if you don't know who or what is coming to your website or where from, then you can't really target that specific avenue. I mean, that's the best way. I think you're missing out if you don't know your ideal audience or your avatar, as it's called sometimes, of who's coming to your website, who's coming to your social medias, who's engaging with you. That way you can cater to them, to that ideal viewer, but also at the same time, you really want to make sure that you're keeping them in mind when you're creating content, any type of content. So, yep. So besides Google Analytics, I use Pinterest Trends, is another one that I use, and that's free. And then I also use just as far as like just YouTube goes, I mean, there's a ton of super valuable information within the YouTube Studio if you're on YouTube. But mainly those are the two that I use. So Google Analytics, Pinterest Trends, and then excuse me, within YouTube Studio, there's a really great analytics um, kind of like dashboard, but also by the same token, awesome. Thank you, Pinterest. Hey, Sutek, yeah, it will. It definitely will be live later. Yep. I'm gonna leave the live up. Yeah, I really appreciate it. If you want to catch the replay, I genuinely appreciate it. And thank you so much for being here. Thanks for popping in. So feel free to go. We covered a lot of material in the last 4 hours. So feel free to, check it out and watch it through and just kind of see, you know, skim through. So we have 15. I said thank you, Pinterest. I am tired. I am tired. I'm sorry, you guys. Yeah, thank you, Pinterest. Um, yeah. So analyze and improve is step 15. And definitely you want to make sure that you continuously improve your content for sure. And strategies, kind of based on data. So really you want to go where the data is and you want to follow that data. So that's really the foolproof way in order to keep. Thank you. Thank you. That's the way that you want to formulate your strategy is solely on data. So not the emotion, not what you think is going to happen or you think should be or that. Um, you just want to make sure that you follow the data and the data doesn't lie, right? I mean, good, bad, or other, right or wrong, the data is the data. So that's definitely something you want to take advantage of and make sure you fully understand it. So um, that right there is going to wrap up the 15 strategies that we covered tonight, this evening, um, depending on where you are or tomorrow. So um, I really appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so, so, so very much. Really appreciate it. So one more time. So I'm going to be transparent with you guys. This channel is not monetized. So if you would like to support the channel in any way, shape, or form, besides subscribing or liking, there's a pinned comment at the very top, and there's a couple of different ways you can support us. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, Zelle, Buy Me a Coffee, etc. So if you'd like to do that, we greatly appreciate it. But no obligation. And we hope to see you in the next one. Make sure if you're subscribed to turn on the notification bell because we will be doing these definitely once a week. We love doing these, interacting with you guys, and hope everybody has a great night. And be safe out there. Thank you guys again. Really, really appreciate it. So that's okay. Hey, praise and Paul. No worries. This live is gonna stay up. No worries. So you're more than welcome to catch the replay. Um, thank you, Jennifer. I really appreciate it. It's so good to see you. Have a good night's sleep. Hope you everybody gets some sleep. So thank you. Thank you, Aaron. I really appreciate it. It means a lot, you guys. Yeah, we will definitely see you on the next one. So, all right, everybody, be safe out there. And we will definitely talk to you soon. Okay. See ya. Bye. All right. I thought I hit it. I didn't. Okay. Have a good night, everybody.